Good morning. Good morning, colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee and to our Legislative Services staff. Hope that we had a restful weekend and taking charge starting Monday again, going out for our initiatives for our communities that we represent. And I appreciate each of you as Resources and Development Committee members. Yes. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:04 a.m. And with that, Rodney, could you please take roll call?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Nomination Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Estes.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Estes is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Enclaw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw is present. Honorable Ricky Nance.
Delegate recognition present.
Honorable Ricky Nance is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Stowe. Excuse, Madam Chair, you have 5 members present, which constitutes quorum for this regular meeting.
Yeah. And I'd like to first thank the Chinle chapter administration and leadership for allowing us to utilize the facility here. Do we have anyone from the administration or one of the chapter officials from Chinle present? Then, okay. So with that, today's our regular Resources and Development Committee meeting here at the Chinle Chapter House. And we also have listeners on the call. We do have call-in numbers that is posted on the website of 25th Navajo Nation Council. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and request one of my colleagues to assist us in invocation here this morning. So today, Honorable Claude Kadosh, and Bayan Kadi.
Kakoshito Kehet, Shaded Lady Arukun, China I am King, Arab Arms and Pum. Ekeha, Aroyat, a Punchin needed. A Jinle, the word Jinle means where the water comes together and where it flows from. So we are Kenyan here. And so we are very happy that all of you are here. And I'd like to welcome you to our beautiful little town here. We do have a national park and we are very proud of the canyon, say it. And then also, we are very thankful for the RDC being here today. And I'll go ahead and say a prayer. John Lily, question on his son, so we should talk in I know yes, it should talk. I know you have a for the non and eight and it's in a nan ali and long then side case on vaccines and dogging and is lahi she could lead and so state doctor so for she young sick case so that other machine up for the mosquito sign though which us and she yenadi other for they got they give out for the she need chapter so for the eight get eagle and other she go other for the she answer those for us, the angel of the baby golden. Arayat Egi for the Nan Ani Lajas, that he Dr. Nine and the for the BK, so shut in the Shaman Tway, for the Ashket, Nan Ali Ega, Chief Justice Jane, for the Lajas, that he for the Johnny Ega, Nan Ali. Speaker Curly, such a baby golden. Such a head yet a say it, the say it, the Nancy Battle, such a phone, a phone, a but phone and mission, a baby golden. For a good age, for a good angel names on the ship. Generously.
Yeah, thank you very much, Today's Honorable Claude, for the prayer here this morning and just remembering leadership in our people across Navajo Nation. Yeah, although we do have announcements. Do we have any announcements, members of RDC? Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, tomorrow we have our regular update committee meeting at 10 o'clock at the council chamber. Then on Friday, 8 to 12, there's an update work session regarding, ARPA. And the following week from May 15th through May 19th is the nomination council spring session. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chahi. I also want to just share here this morning, we received a sterling news of one of our colleagues that was a longtime employee of the Navajo Nation government under the executive branch of Navajo Nation Department of Justice. A young lady by the name of Coretta Quito had devoted a lot of her time to Department of Justice and assisting a lot of the attorneys with the legal needs. And please, let's keep her family in prayers here this morning. I crossed paths with Miss Quito about a little over a decade ago. We used to train for races together, whether it's 5Ks, 10Ks, 8Ks, 11Ks, 20Ks, and I know that she ran a couple of ultra big events, marathons as well, and it's very heartbreaking to know that she's no longer here with us as of yesterday evening. I just seen her yesterday afternoon at 3, leaving Winter Rock, and she was walking along the road on the sidewalk. I'm hoping that, or I was under the assumption that she was walking for her grave. So with that, my relatives, I just want to say that we're not promised tomorrow. And let's be good to each other. And it's very heartbreaking to see dear friend leave. So I just want to share that with each of you. So with that, I'd like to go on to item number 2 on the proposed agenda.
Madam Chair. Perhaps we could have a moment of silence.
Yeah, actually, my turn is, we could just go ahead and have a moment of silence. Keep all our loved ones in prayer and just keep Toa as she has left us and journeyed on too. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone. And my apologies for getting emotional. But I'd like to go on to item 2 on the proposed agenda, recognizing guests. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to my colleagues for introduction here this morning, starting with Vice Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Seuss, thank you. Thank you for sharing those words with us, and thank you for the beautiful prayer. Honorable Tom, I'd like to thank all my RDC colleagues for being here and traveling here safely, as well as our legislative council, Mary McCon and Mr. Mose and Mr. Pai. Thank you for being here with us today, as well as those that are here on the audience. Thank you for being here with us. And again, it's really sad to hear, about the loss that happened. I always say, my mom always say, when she was alive, she would say, "Son, we're on borrowed time." And I always remember that. And just always be kind and be, cherish our loved ones, our family, and as we have the time, and we're still breathing. So I just want to say a few things. Casey Allen Johnson is here. My nation is Ashkan Hato Bashichi, Anna Nation, Signature Nation, Taylor Nation. Celebrated in Masha, I represent the community of Cameron, Coal Mines, Bonnie Lake, Bird Springs, and Blue. Those are the District 3 and 5 chapters on Western Navajo. So that's where, the representation, these are not the accommodation. So just want to thank you and I'll go ahead and hand it off to our honorable citizen.
Sevgili Christian, lei Christian. Ben sevgili Christian, especially Christian, and such as not Christian. All the chapters are actually work no easy thing out. By law, simply from issues and send them. That if it not to take measure, use wisely, will staff any solution.
Okay, that's Good morning, everyone. I am Shauna Ann Claw. I'm the delegate for Chinle chapter. My plans are Mohan initially go to the Chi English team, Touching English and Chido keep on English and I did see our chapter secretary. I'll have her introduce herself when she returns after the delegates introduce themselves, and then Mr. Walton now, I think he stepped out too, but he's the chapter manager. And then also my LDA, Sherilyn Sells here, she just started about 3 weeks ago. So we're very happy that you're here with us, and I'll turn over the mic to my brother, Chair Nez.
Madam Chair, committee members, and the audience, recognizing or Zaytachi versus Chains and Application Chado in Ani National and Shido. I represent 6 chapters, all back San Juan and Amzad, Upper Fulham, Burnham, and Nippon. And Madam Chair, I'd like to just share a scripture from the Bible. In James, the Bible talks about how our life is like a mist. It appears for a little while and then it vanishes away again. Whether it seemed like I was just a little boy, then I was a teenager, and I seemed like I just barely graduated from Chinle High School not too long ago. Now I'm 63. And I look back and I say, now, where did all that time go? You know, but just what I've taught and, you know, it's always good to just pray for people, be respectful to people. You can get on to people, but in a respectful manner. And that is going to show that that's a judicial part of us, to be judicious, which is kept. Ashkej has Anjana, angle at that. I don't know, she can lay the mural there. I'll tell you, not at that, but a day teaching, I go, I call, Kehetero, by occasions, and Hopi, not even the net of the Asians and the words of the Hashing, Agency, the water. All right, that can change that. So, yeah, thank you.
Would you like to go ahead and have legislative staff introduce themselves? Leonard?
Good morning, everyone. Chair Leonard Wells, Chair. Please put that as a small by the street.
Good morning, my name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I am Kirani and Senjikina, and I'm originally from Suba, Arizona.
Jay, told you, meeting, Russian team, Archie, Russian chain, and educator, A, Russian, Jay, told us our being, I work with the Resources and Development Committee and with the whole Navigation Council. This one, he said, employee evaluation, employee credit, he told was a wonderful person and she got good memories and that. Very, very wonderful summer.
Yeah, Ms. Khan, and also to legislative services staff. Ja, ik ben Brenda Jesus in Shadowed na Jeanine Schlon for the G, but she, when I honey, that she shadowed 12 honey, that she not up to buy that son and Schmidt. And I do have my legislative district assistant, Ms. DG Rogers, way in the back. So thank you, DG, for being here, and also thank you for being here in person today at the Resources Development Committee meeting, and also to our listeners on call. Yeah. So with that, Honorable Claude, do you want your chapter leadership to introduce themselves?
Good morning, everybody. And my members of RPC, we've been here to see a familiar face over there, so that's good. It's a good day. And I'm sorry for your loss, but, my name is Rowan Burbank. I'm the chapter secretary treasurer. And I am Shiani, and my partner is Chiche Aishi, and although I'm not originally from here. My grandfather from down Merton came down, married my grandmother, which was like that was not Sydney. And we set up over here to find the old imperial mark. You guys know where that's at, across from the churches. So that's how I'm here. I've always been here. So, thank you for coming. And, have a good day.
Okay, Jay Lester Wyatt Senior, president of the Ghana Festival. Det är tjej som församling assistent kabane kusinane. Tjej assistent under medicine and asking things so good morning and I'm chapter prison representative here, Cheney, for 8 years.
That evening, Jay, Sherlin sells and check. I don't touch you, like 5 days, I should keep credit to the don't have paid Nathan Schneller. I don't tell them the way you see that shot. I don't get you vision for anything. I don't really need anything. I have you know, a deal of the Holland, I need to start to get vision. Then thank you to the community. Thank you to others for being here today. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you for being here in person for the presenters that we have on the agenda. We do have Department of Agriculture on the agenda, and we also have the state's watershed cultural resources, tribal liaison individuals that are present here. And we also have Mr. Dan Adams and his team with the Youth Division of Water Resources here to give a presentation. So again, thank you guys for being here today. So at this time, to my colleagues of the Resources and Development Committee, I would like to make a recognition before we go to approve the agenda. I'd like to recognize a young lady that has devoted a lot, or 13 years of her career to Navajo Housing Authority. And I just had learned last week that she had officially retired from Navajo Housing Authority. So at this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Aniva J. Yazi, who so colleagues, I'm going to stand over here. I just want to share some special words to my colleagues and also, to my relatives that are present here. I personally crossed Ms. Yazi's path when I came in as application counsel, went out to Washington DC to advocate for the housing amendments and housing urban development amendments, and she was an interim CEO. And just the magnitude of information that Aviva, was conveying with congressional leadership, and hopes that amendments can be made to the HAZA and HUD, and hopes that a lot of our people here on Navajo would be able to get into a home program. Right now, as we know through the HUD program, the criteria is very, very stringent. And on a number of 50 applicants, only 3 people will qualify for home ownership. So that is very competitive, and I know that her advocacy to the DC level was trying to convince congressional leaders to make these amendments to the HOSTA and HUD. So then I learned about her resume last week, being at a company luncheon that her staff had set up for her, and she has experience at all levels of governmental operation. She had worked for the Department of Interior at the national level for over a decade, and she also worked at the state level, and then she also worked at the local level here with Navajo Housing Authority, and even on the private sector side, which in a sense says that we have lost a knowledgeable asset. And I know that during the years as her tenure as a CEO for Navajo Housing Authority, she's given her all to try to meet the standard living condition needs of our people across the Navajo Nation. So at this time, Ms. Yazi, we'd like to go ahead and present you with a shawl here, and from Resources Development Committee. And then also, Vice Chair, we do have a plaque. You want to go ahead and read it out?
Yes, thank you, Yazi. Thank you for your sincere dedication, commitment, and advocacy to Navajo Housing Authority for the community service. We have the Navajo Nation Arts Resource Development Committee. Happy retirement in 2024.
It's time, all right, to go ahead, before I give it to Ms. Yazi, Chair Ned, or colleagues, you want to go ahead and share some words with Ms. Yazi, it's time?
Wow. You're on with us from B1 after. Congratulations, Eva. It's always good and great that we've worked together for a number of years. You've done an excellent job, and you're that shining star over there as well. And I'm sure you gave it upon to someone that you've been training. So good luck in all that you do, and may God bless you.
And happy retirement, and came in on the 23rd Navigation Council, and time to make shade, and then there's a lot of things going on, but with experience working with the federal government, federal level, and understanding how it's a complicated thing. It's not something that could be just done real quick, things like that. And the funding mechanisms, a lot of the funds that come down the pipeline through Congress, whether it's even health services or VIA, and right here in Chile, you have the party is subjected to federal policy. Washington bans unproductive in I don't know in one out. Well, what I'm getting to is that you have achieved Washington, and fight is moving forward to be trying to find the way to loosen up some of the policies at the federal level. Because even housing is something that is very, very important. And it's reality. A lot of old people don't have homes. So I'm not. So if I have a 5 days, One, you drink, you then complete that these assignments. One in a home. Again, you have achieved that working with the NHA, and you serve a lot of people with these housing dollars that are earmarked for Indian housing program to Indian reservations such as in Navajo Nation. So, it's not a retirement, but I hear there's a lot of work at home that needs to be done, and they say the work at home is greater than the work that you did at work. So, it's been so many years that we worked with each other, and
Thank you, Aniva. Other individually, other or usually unusual, not normal, some achievement which be non-champion. Other shape against condition, other is real sign of opportunity. A months in case, so the she has or no even in some cases. And I just want to say thank you and my utmost respect to you. And just to share a little bit, when you come into Chile, right here on N7, you'll see that building that's being constructed. That's a lot of that work came from Aniva too. And so that's the new housing management office, and we're looking forward to that grand opening. So even though she will be retired, we expect her to be there and share all of that day comes. And then also, when we experienced the flood here in Chile, Aniva did not hesitate to help a lot of our residents. During that time, there were a lot of families that were displaced, and at the same time, the NHA, they did give back. They allowed for some of those appliances that were gonna be thrown out to be given to families. She served a lot of people, churches here in the local area, and she really had a vision for our community, not just here in Chile, but all across the Navajo Nation. And I know that, you know, she will be dearly missed, but her expertise is still readily available to us. And I just want to thank you, Aniva, for your years of working with the NHA, for your expertise, for your guidance, and for your voice at a national level.
Thank you. It's great working with you, and everything sitting here about a year now, and anything that needed to be addressed or, needed attention. NHA, Aniva, make sure that it was taken care of and make sure that it was addressed. And I just want to thank you for your excellent work there, NHA. And I was shocked that you retired quickly. But, wish you nothing but the best for the future.
So I just want to say thank you so much for your service, for the Navajo Nation, and for, I know you were the tribes, but for that, I just want to say thank you so much. I did work with you, I served on 20 council, precinct council, and I see the work, and it's totally, you're a hard worker, and you are for Navajo people. And first of all, we're here with all of you, and I think a lot has been accomplished by that work relationship between leaders and yourself. Thinking a lot has been accomplished for Navajo Nation, especially Navajo people living in these 18 homes, these certain housing conditions. We really appreciate that, and it's something that we go and look at these youth centers. She was one of the main individuals that pushed the youth centers throughout the Navajo Nation. And right now, we're slowly trying to compete on my completeness and certain things. So a lot of these youth centers throughout the Navajo Nation was done through her leadership and her mission. But her leadership showed that she cares about the youth, and we always talk about always the youth. And I was there when the first money was allocated for youth center. That's fantastic work. As first youth center that was funded by the house, and she was very vocal on getting money for our youth center. And She wasn't in that position yet as CEO, but she still was very instrumental in getting pretty soon. So I really appreciate that. And one of the last part we work on right now, being on the council, thank you so much for the compliment. Central Valley subdivisions, organization, for interviewing and, entrepreneurship. And those home, I was just sitting there for 5 years. I met with Aviva one time, it was midsummer last year. And she really quickly on getting this all started. She sitting there for 3 years here, sitting there, the people, the homeowner, people residing in building units were just coming to the chapter, coming to leadership, saying, when are we going to get homes, new homes? And when I met with her this past summer, just one meeting, she got the problem going. Now those individuals are moving out, so we can start on this succession plan. Thank you so much. That's a hard worker. That's what I'm talking about. She knows how to work with leadership, get things done, and hopefully your the NCO is going to be that focus. She has experience to work with leadership. That's how it things done. So thank you so much and enjoy retirement. I know as my brother said, Mr. So stated that, seems like more work has been done in retire, but enjoy. You'll see that you've been out for so many years, your families, so you will enjoy the time. So thank you, Shara, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and go report over to Aviva for, words that she wants to share and thank you for everything.
So, I won't take too much of your time, but I'm overwhelmed. Thank you so much. And I get so again to them, so I can't even. This is just over the top. I didn't expect this, but I know that Madam Chair asked me last week. Today is actually was my day to move down to Phoenix, and I'll tell you about that. I'll say this, you'll continue the good fight. And it's been a long road. I know the Indian country really is having a crisis with housing, and it's still a crisis here on the Navajo reservation, even more so, being the largest tribe, largest land-based tribe across 3 states. And so the fight needs to continue. Now, HONDA is not reauthorized. It expired back in 2013. So we're really dependent on annual appropriations from Congress. And I'll announce today too, that 2024, you'll get the largest allocation of 1.1 billion Navajo Nation. In the country, and Navajo Nation stands to receive the largest funding allocation for the very first time in 2024. You'll get the full allocation because in 2023, during my tenureship, we met the expenditure goal. And so you'll get no penalty for the funding reduction. So you'll look at a larger amount. I think, I dare not, because I think there's some reporters not. But it'll be more than the 97 million. So spend that wisely, use that wisely. And hopefully the transition to the new management team will continue to do the fight. I know that I work well with them. And so part of the main reason for this early retirement, I worked over 45 years, I think, in my tenure, and in housing, in facilities management. And so we have a long way to go, but I believe in the staff, I believe in the leadership to keep this going. So I appreciate the recognition. The time here, I didn't realize that I would be recognized. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And I'll still be affiliated with housing, believe it or not, down the road. But my touch was from the heart. I'm going to be a first-time grandma, and my daughter's living in Phoenix. I told her I'll always be a block or 2 away from my first grandchild, so that she's expected soon. So the time to get there is right away. It was that time. Otherwise, I probably would have been here until I was 75 or something. But my heart was still here with affordable housing. And so I will see and provide any technical assistance you might need or guidance from afar. But I'm just a hop, skip, and jump away. Chapter.
And we're still at Comanche, go Cougars, I would say. We're still at Comanche, so I really appreciate it. But this is homeland, I will be, visiting relatives and both the sister we live in my home. And my mom and dad have both passed within taking them since I moved back, that was the reason. And so, and taking that opportunity to be home. So I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. And from my heart will be with all of you. Especially our future generation. Our this morning. So thank you, I can't.
Your willingness, I hope you can come back and, consult with the application. With your engineering background that you posed, I believe that's what you said your background was, so if we can take a picture, with the legislative staff as well,
So beautiful, thank you for the blanket, you shouldn't have, but it's beautiful.
Sorry.
appreciate that. And again, Ms. Dudley, thank you so much, and I wish you well with your new venture in your life and your journey, and thank you for all you've done for the organization. So, we have a cake too, so eventually we'll go ahead and give little pieces of cake out, and, LTAs will go ahead and, pick those, or pass those up. So again, if you have, for that, so I'd like to Okay, so thank you for that, members of Resources and Development Committee. And it's always good to recognize hardworking employees. As in today's society, what we've noticed and come to understand here on Navajo Nation is employee retention is a big issue here on Navajo, and even recruiting workforce here to our divisions and departments. And it's great to recognize employees again for the hard work that they've dedicated to the endless hours in the office, the planning, just to travel out there. And this token of appreciation only demonstrates we as Resources Development Committee members really do acknowledge and recognize our employees for the hard work that they've done. So again, thank you. So going on to item number 3 on the proposed agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. Rodney, could you please read the proposed agenda to the record?
Madam Chairman, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource Development Committee of the City of Navajo Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Francis Chairperson, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, and Vice Chairperson, located Chile, Captain, detailed communication. 1, calling to order, roll call communication announcement. 2, recognizing the guests and agenda officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal. April 3rd, 2024, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from the Department of Agriculture, the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, AIF, on the direct work sessions, the 5 agencies and information regarding the AIF, the equine award and rescue operation, farm and garden incentive, livestock management incentive, and the 3-year project update. B, report from Natural Resources and Conservation Services and their public law 566 program, and the work of the Navajo Nation to identify potential projects that in RCF could fund and propose together. C, report from the Utah Waters and Council Act and an application participation on 2 local watershed councils in South Utah. 6 old business, none, 7 new business. A, legislation number 0072-24, an action related to resource development committee approving and enacting fiscal recovery fund and division of community development. Community Housing and Infrastructure Department, CHID ARPA, housing application eligibility criteria. B, director of the Resource Development Committee directs an application to the Department of Agriculture Department Manager to compile a list of all ranch leasing and the bidding process for leasing the ranch to be completed in blank days. 8, the closed meeting and announcement of adjournment. Madam Chairman, there already see that as a proposed agenda running to the record.
Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Honorable Claude, second by Vice Chair Johnson. Do we have any amendments, additions, or deletions at this time as members of the committee?
Madam Chair, yes, I have an amendment to the agenda. I'd like to go ahead and, go directly to, number 7 new business, item A and B. Go ahead and, change, number 5, receiving the reports, switch back with, number 7. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair, thank you. So members of the committee, we do have a motion on the floor, which will be amendment number 1 by Honorable Vice Chair Johnson to move new business, which will be the new item number 5, and receiving reports will be the new item number 7. So may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claude? Or do we have any questions on this amendment, members of the committee? Going once, going twice. Roger, could you please take roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Madam Chairman, as already seen, this is roll call vote. For amendment number 1, I'm moving number 7, number 5, and number 5 to number 7. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Autumn Side, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Autumn Side votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Chair, not voting.
Thank you for that. Going back to main motion on approving the agenda, do we have any additional additions or deletions or any comments at the time, members of the committee? Going once, twice. With that, Rodney, would you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chairman, as already seen, the roll call vote for review and approving the agenda. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Autumn Side, how do you vote? Great. Honorable Autumn votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Chair, not voting.
Thank you. Going on to number 4 of the approved agenda, reviewing and approving journals. We do have, okay, at this time, let me have Shiaj Honorable also introduce himself. I do apologize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's been Honorable So, Chef. 可以呢，多点名是，人是上班或者是有，那么呢是全，这个是那是那呢，一边是有，本来是这个一个非常是的，那是呢可以呢，本来是这是有so, and that, just a dishwasher to the city. So, I'm the, I remember the nomination council, I represent the community in the city. So, that's, and, been on for 9 years. And, it's been a whole different thing here on council. Thank you.
Going back to item number 4, reviewing and approving journal for April 3rd, 2024, regular Resources Development Committee meeting. Now, the journals was emailed out to members of the committee on Monday by legislative staff, so at this time, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Arulfo, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claude. Members of the committee, do we have any questions on the journal that were emailed or the journal that was emailed out? Then going once, twice, Rodney, we take roll call vote.
Madam Chairman, the board of citizens roll call vote reviewing and including the journal. Honorable Shannon Clark, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey and Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Elder Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Sis, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Sis votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair, not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries. Going on to number 5, our new business. We do have letter A, legislation 0072-24. I am the sponsor, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I can see colleagues, in the amendment, with, new business. Number 5, at this time, we're on, item A, legislation 0072-24, and action related to the research and development committee, including the nomination. Fiscal Recovery Fund, Division of Community Development, BCE, Community Housing and Infrastructure Department, SHIP. SHIP, ARPA Housing Application Eligibility Criteria, sponsor Honorable Seuss. Madam Chair, since your agents. And this time we're gonna let our RDC advisor read this record.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, have legislation summary sheet for track number 0072-24 dated April 1st, 2024, titled resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, action relating to resource development committee, approving an application for fiscal recovery fund, division of community development, BCD and community housing and infrastructure department, CHIP, ARPA, new housing application and eligibility criteria. The purpose of this resolution is resolution CJ in -9-22, section 10, subsection D. States the eligibility criteria for receiving services under the housing project assignment to CHID shall be approved by the Resource Development Committee by resolution and shall include equal distribution by delegate region. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the Division of Community Development, Community Housing Infrastructure, CHID, BCD, ARPA housing application and eligibility criteria at page 1 and page 2, section I through 6 of Exhibit A. Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation. Will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Brenda Hexie for tracking number 0072-24 and act related to Resource Development Committee, approving an application for fiscal recovery fund, Division of Community Development, BCD and Housing Community and Infrastructure Department, CHID, BCD/CHID, ARPA housing application and eligibility criteria. Being in Act Section 1 Authority A pursuant to 2 in Section 500A, Resource Development Committee is hereby established standing committee nominating council. B pursuant to 2 in Section 501B1, the Resource Development Committee is an oversight committee for the nomination chapter. C pursuant to 2 in Section 500B, the Resource Development Committee has oversight authority over the housing and various purposes, including establishing policies appropriate to the housing needs of the nomination and its people. D resolution CJ in-9-22 title and action relating to the nomination committee, the nomination council allocating $1,700,298,867 for the nomination fiscal recovery fund, approving the nomination fiscal recovery fund expenditure plans for chapter and regional project, public safety emergency communication E91. 9/11 and rural addressing projects, cybersecurity, public health projects, partnerships include water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connections and electric custody projects, housing projects, manufactured housing facility, bathroom addition projects, construction, contingency fund and reduce administrative fund, and approved by the nomination council on July 8, 2022, and signed by the president on July 15, 2022. B, in accordance with the CJ N-29-22, section 10, subsection D, at page 16 and 20 of 28. The eligibility criteria of receiving services under the housing project assigned to CHID shall be approved by the Resource Development Committee by the resolution and shall include equal distribution by delegate reading the section 2 findings. A, in accordance with CJ N-22-29-22, section 10, subsection B, 1, at page 15 of 28. 50,000 is allocated to the housing and infrastructure department, CHID, for new housing projects of the long-term housing security services of unhoused person expenditure category 2.15, with administrative oversight by the Division of Community Development and legislative oversight by the Resource Development Committee. B, in accordance with CJ N-29-22, section 10, subsection C, at page 16 of 28, the housing project assigned to CHID are need-based. C, the CJ N-29-22, section 10D housing project shall include equal distribution by delegate region. B, the community housing and infrastructure department develop the BCD CHID ARPA housing application criteria fund at section 1 through 6 of exhibit A. E, the BCD/CHID ARPA housing application and eligibility criteria was developed to improve guidelines in the nation for determining the most qualified eligible applicants to receive new housing under CJ N-29-22, section 10B1F. The BCD/CHID ARPA housing application eligibility criteria will ensure all applicants are qualified tribal members and have provided the required documents that will be considered site-specific home site conditions and costs associated with the required removal, demolition of the existing structure, site preparation, available utilities, and accessibility to the home sites with the objective of maximizing the fund and servicing as many tribal members with new housing as possible in each delegate region. In section 3, approval. A, the Resource Development Committee and the Nomination Council hereby approve that the BCD/CHID ARPA housing application and eligibility criteria at sections 1 through 6 of exhibit A. Attached to exhibit A, which is the nomination fiscal recovery fund /CHID ARPA new housing application and eligibility criteria. Then you have the first report, the nomination legislative branch and public review summary for legislation number 0072-24. The sponsors honorable President Jesus. Legislation was posted on April 2nd, 2024 at 11:23 a.m. The public comment period is on April 8th, 2024. There was no comments for this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. My council members have already seen that as legislation number 0072-24. Read the record and the entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor, for reading that into the record. At this time, sponsor, you have 20 minutes.
Motion.
Get a motion. Okay. Honorable Ness, the second by Speaker Stoll. Any questions? Thank you.
Appreciate Vice Johnson and also members of the Resources and Development Committee. As we bring legislation 0072-24 before the committee here today, again, this particular resolution is based on a process that was set in place for legislation CJ N-29-22 with the 24th Navigation Council as how the process is to be in place for the homes that were identified under section 10 of the ARPA dollars that were appropriated in the amount of $50 million with equal distribution across 24 delegations. Now, one of the areas as we have been meeting with ARPA team in regards to expenditure pattern and expenditure percentage, this is one of the areas that was part of this question where eligibility criteria was to be in place. And as my agent here today, Mr. Belvine, will explain to you that this particular eligibility criteria was reviewed by the executive branch through their executive review process, and also make a final determination on who would be eligible for the homes within the delegate region districts. So there is a application process. Unfortunately, we could provide a copy of it because everything is per portal and it's one of those type in portal application documents. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Department Manager, Mr. Delguy, with the CHIP program under Division of Community Development.
Great, good morning, Vice Chair. And members of the. My name is Patrick Delvey. I'm the Research Department. Was actually good morning and excited to be here to present on the legislation this morning on the eligibility criteria for housing. One that PC is overseen and mentioned the resolution statement 9-23. And I did provide some handout PowerPoints for your information. For your reference, also the legislation itself, questions, exhibits. So going forward, I'll go ahead and proceed with the PowerPoint slides and going to the third slide. I'll have the appendix. Research plan, which we submitted for the meeting, and justification there reads that this is to provide housing or purchase of hardware, mobile homes, and also provide with sanitary facilities, water and power. To combat the COVID pandemic, and this information was submitted to DOJ on slide 4, which show the determination made by DOJ as an eligible activity. So moving forward, once we get that information, there are all the plans to the legislation to distribute the 50 million divisions, which shows on one slide, and the amount for each shelter that received out of the 50 million people. And we're usually the 12.6 is a breakdown of each shelter region and the amounts distributed in chapters. Delegates oversee the respective regions. The amount of funding per chapter that was calculated by the distribution of the little over 2 million. So numbers do differentiate just based on the number of delegates in the chapters. So slide 7 is a step-by-step process that we initiated in providing the selection process and how we're going to go about proceeding with the application process and also the eligibility and selection criteria. So number 1, 10 applicants requested each chapters. And we've also requested the chapters, 30 applicants submitting their application information. And so step 2, we'll screen the housing applications, and thus far we received over 1,330 applications. Number 3, ensure requested documents are attached. 4, conduct home site assessments on the 10 applications that we received in over 1,000 assistance were conducted by our staff. Prioritize applicants in determined site of home. 6, procurement process, IDIQ, RFQ, construction purchase contracts, work orders. Number 7, project completion and closeout by December 31st, 2026. And so the criteria on slide 8 shows information that we requested from during the application process that each applicant provide the information including the application portal. So they are residing in the travel service area of the home-site residential lease with available utilities, which are your infrastructure, copies of the photo ID and their CID, proof of chapter voter registration, proof that doesn't have to be the actual card or their information from the election office. We also accept confirmation or verification in the chapter. So if they don't have a card, these cards are, displayed for information or confirmation from chapter is sufficient. A doctor's statement, the applicant wishes to provide that information. And then home assessments to identify because the housing situation is substandard, meaning burnout, dilapidated, homeless, or overcrowded. And that they meet the ownership requirements for assistance needed. Moving on to slide 9. So we did a application portal and we submitted the application link and the criteria attached to all 110 chapters. And this was emailed out back on January 19, 2023. And the deadline date was February 24, 2023 for phase 1. Phase 2, March 17, we reopened the portal at the request of some delegates for chapters and submitting applications. So we opened the portal back open and on March 17th, we started submitting applications. And the deadline we set was for 2 weeks, which ended March 31st, 2023. So we requested, I mentioned, 10 applications, but for delegates who had one chapter, we requested 20 applications for those chapters. And then those 3 were City, Chile, and Chevron. Now moving forward to slide 10. This is the memo that was sent out to all 110 chapters. And it provides the information needed that the chapters need to assist the applicants in submitting, filling out the application, uploading the documents, and submitting through the portal. And there's a blue font color is the link. So you click on that link there, the application portal will open. And there, below that is the deadline date. So along with that memo, there were the criteria also attached, which you'll see on slide 11. So the chapters were aware of the process and the eligibility was memo was issued out, and the application notice was issued out back on January 19, 2023. And on slide 12, we have another memo, which is basically at the request of the county commissioners in delegate regions to reopen the portal. And the link is also there again. We reopened that same link. And they provided additional applications. And that's when we reached the amount of 1,300 applications. And during the phase 1, we only received about 600 applications in phase 1. So opening up the portal, providing more applications for the applicants. Again, on the next slide, which is supposed to be 13, also the criteria was attached again. And it was, should we go to modification, as far as application dates go. The application of, 3/17, 2023. And behind that slide, we created the, scoring sheet for these applicants. And, once all these systems are completed, these, scoring sheets were filled out according to, the documents received and the living conditions and the applicants, living conditions. So, this, a point system that we created. And as you can see the document, maybe a little small to read, but, section 2 on the left side has eligibility criteria of 6 points. So, number 1, approved home site residential use with the RCF and the BRCF, which is the cultural and the biological resource component. That consists of things. 2, photo identification card, government issue. 3, certificate of idiom web. 4, proof of chapter board registration. 5, author statement. And 6, within the nomination service area to receive utility connections. So each of those receive a point. Now, if the applicant submits all their information and most importantly, the approved homes, I think the residential use with the cultural and biological forms, we proceed with number 3, section 3, that was, and they receive additional points. So number 1, disabled severe health concerns with their doctor statement or their medical statement. 2, homeless, no structure on site. 3, burnout in home. 4, existing home is dilapidated, unrepairable. 5, multi-generational home. And 6, utility service rate for connection. So they can receive up to 21 points. Or, I'm sorry, 20, up to 12 to 21 points. So, but if the home, once it's their expense, we can also determine if we recommend a renovation. So that's the third part of the form. And we'll check that off. Or demolition is also needed. That information also be checked off. There will be additional comments. They can put it there with the date. So as mentioned, the chair assumes that application, we do have applications and problems that due to the confidentiality, we share information, but we did share the list of the applicants to just the applicants, to the respective delegates and to giving that information for their reference and for their knowledge of who's on the list based on the application received. So moving on to the next PowerPoint slide is the questionnaire for this application. So we asked for the email addresses from the chapters. Number 2, chapter declaration. The information that the chapter representative represents the recognized chapter of nomination. Declares that they're authorized to represent chapter for which the application is being submitted. And will ensure all information, documents, including this application will remain confidential. And then number 3, so forth, all the number 38. So these are the questions we had in the application for your information. So with that, moving forward, with the housing assessments, we've already concluded on housing assessments. And what we looked at as far as home site assessments were, the chapter, my fields have met with chapters of these assessments. Traveled out to applicants' home site location, with the chapter representative. They also looked at areas such as the road access to home site location, to make sure it's passable for homes or materials or equipment to be transported to the home site location. Meeting speak with the applicant to go over the assessment process and what my field staff are looking at as far as the area and the home itself, the structure, the landscape, and then also the condition of the existing dwelling home structure. Locate home site residential lease states. They also have to search for those states, home site lease states or residential states. Things often they serving that. Then lastly, after assessments are complete, should will complete report and provide for the readers to share with the shop and availability. So that's where we're at right now in that phase, as far as the application and selection process is going. We have my staff schedule out dates to meet with the chapter and the delegates to go over the priority list. And next slide, you have agencies on 17, slide 17, you have Eastern, Northern, Fort Defiance, Trinity, West agency chapters. All the assessments have been completed for those chapters. And last slide, 18. Should office have been meeting with chapters delegates recommended by priority of the list of all things and application information and home site assessments. Meetings are being scheduled chapter reps and delegates to provide the priority applicant list and confirmation. So this is where my fields are speaking with chapter representative and delegates to go over our priority list. This is just a recommended priority list. So chapter representatives and delegates view the priority list. If you have any questions or if you have concerns that we are not aware of, it's the time to share it with us. Let us know if there's a change in the applicant list, if there's possibility of an applicant that doesn't require a home anymore because they moved on. They've already purchased a home or they deceased. So those are the type of information that we'd like to retrieve. Just some conditions may have changed since the application was submitted back in March of 2023. So this will allow us to make some adjustments to the priority list. Should will also cross-referencing list with other housing funds. There are other housing projects ongoing. For example, Homeland Commission, we've got veterans, and then also along the back mission. There's applicants who could possibly be on a back mission list, and they're also on this list for the housing resource. And last, SHID is currently scheduled meetings with chapters and delegates over the list of that mentioned. So that's pretty much conclude my presentation. The last slide is contact information. You can reach me by phone, email, and that pretty much concludes the PowerPoint presentation, and, in addition to this, at the beginning, my staff was, all the short staff, at the beginning of this process. And difficulty in hiring additional staff to assist was a challenge. I've solicited, I've had some positions. I was told that the team will be developed to assist me with this process. And so right now, I'm hoping going to get some additional public construction management personnel, hoping to get, those additional help. Because right now, department manager, I oversee the offices right now, very important programs. I sometimes put those other programs aside to work on our projects, not just regular funded, non-funded projects. So, most of my time is about 90% of my time is going on. And so I get a lot of calls, I get a lot of emails. I do apologize for those I missed. I'm just busy, taking care of documents like this, legislations, and, again, overseeing some steps is, it does happen. And this is one of them, as far as the eligibility criteria. So, and we are moving forward, still moving forward with my staff, and, we're getting our systems completed, and, we are, we're excited and way to get this home built, constructed, and delivered. And that completes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Guy. 20 minutes. It's time for your presentation again. Mr. Jagger, thank you for going out to 10 chapters. That's very quite impressive. As you say to be short staffed and not having a full team. Thank you for getting out there. And I know I was one of the delegates that reached out to you to request for that extension, and thank you for doing that. So my chapters can submit their 10 applications as well. So at this time, I'm going to see colleagues. Do you have any questions regarding this report? Roll
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, and thank you to Mr. Delguy for the presentation here today. And Honorable Madam Chair Jesus for presenting this. And I just want to say thank you for completing this eligibility criteria. I know that when we were having the ARPA meetings about a month ago, I was asking about this eligibility criteria, and I asked if it was presented to the RDC committee. So here it is today, and I am looking at the information that you shared here. But some of the questions I have here is in regards to, we do have it broken out into equity, so all chapters will receive the same amount of funding. And so my question is regarding the amount. In here, the criteria does have different point systems, and I'm glad that you do have those outlined. However, I do find a fault with it already. So one of the things that I'll use this one as an example. So with the burnout, there's a point system for that. And so, well, let me go back. I'll use the homeless one as an example. So the homeless have a point system. And so, and then there's another point if the land is ready. So my question is, if the people are homeless, they they do not have a home site. So they wouldn't even have an area. And so they would not even receive the full point system. They wouldn't even get the land readiness points. So that's the fault I see. And where they should be the priority because they don't even have a place to go. They don't have any land. So that's the fault I already see with the point system. And that's just one example. The other question I have is in regards to the US Treasury. There's rulings that are shared, and I know with our upcoming legislations regarding amendments to ARPA, those rulings do need to be considered. Now, after reviewing it late last night, I started reading the ARPA rulings. And in there, it does not indicate that homes are to be given free. There's no indication of that. And what it does say is to provide affordable housing. So that's gonna be my question. I know this is a very political topic. We've heard throughout the year, the 1,000 home initiative. And so I'm just wondering if we are trying to fulfill that political statement that was made. So I think that, you know, if Anita were to stay and she would have talked to all of us, one of the things that NHA really pushes is taking care of your home, becoming a big tenant. And so one of the things that, you know, really aids and pushes a person to do that is taking ownership, becoming a stakeholder in your home. How do you do that? Well, first you invest your money into it. You make your mortgage payments, you make your payments where everything is just not given to that family, you know, at no cost. I know there are some dire situations, but I still feel that there still needs to be criteria. So maybe the family does get a home, and these homes will range anywhere from, I believe those modular homes are at $119,000 to maybe $170,000. Well, I still think that part of that criteria should be that these families give back to the Navajo Nation. Either they volunteer their services, or they participate in a program, or they complete parenting classes. You know, these are some of the things that we want to push for our people. And I think that we're trying to allow them to become resilient. We want them to become sustainable, but we also want them to become productive members of society. And so, to me, I think that we still need to look at this eligibility criteria as far as home ownership and some of the responsibilities that come with it. So I know on the last page, it says CHID office to hand over the home certificate and house keys to the new homeowner. And I think that's where you can put in some of those requirements for the classes, maybe for a job search, and just, those are just some ideas that they have. Because of that final ruling of the ARPA, which is affordable housing, not free housing. In addition to that, it says the CHID office will develop the request for proposals, RFP, RFQ, and then also it says a contractor will update or redesign the existing floor plans if needed. So to me, that becomes a discretion for me, because we know right now that Navajo Nation is being overcharged. There's price gouging happening to the Navajo Nation. Many of these contractors are taking full advantage of that. And so my fear is that these change orders are gonna be excessive amounts. And how are we gonna cover that? So I really wanted to see a plan where it was going to be, the minimum to the maximum of these homes. And during the last ARPA meeting about a month ago, when I brought up these eligibility criteria, one of the things I did say is in here, we're saying that we're looking at household size. And although we did take that into consideration, but what I don't want to hear about is a family of 9 and they want 9-bedroom homes. So we do need to let our, applicants know that there is gonna be some things, maybe even these change orders, that would be at their costs, the homeowner's costs. So that needs to be put in here. Another thing is that I see SHID office will coordinate with a contractor on scheduled monitoring visits to the construction site for reporting purposes. And I believe that is good, but monitoring mechanisms do not exist in DCD. And I have brought that up with our LGA certified chapters, as well as divisions and contractors. So I think that, with ARPA overall, maybe there should have been a forethought on a monitoring section, just specifically for FRF projects. And that would be a recommendation that I would make to Ms. Lisa Jim. And I'm not sure if she's listening, but hopefully, those are some of the things that they consider. The other issue is when we talk about home site assessments, in here it says a visual assessment of the access roads, existing homes, and then also possible renovation to a livable standard. So again, you did present that in the report. You're talking about some families that have bathroom additions, and then they're applying for the SHID home as well. So my question is, who is cross-checking all of this information? So we have the regular chapters, they're building bathroom additions or they're contracting it out. You have NECA, and then you have SHID, and then you also have, some private sources that are doing that type of work. So where is that information being logged into? So those are some of the questions that I have. And then in here, there's a certain section, it says the health condition of the applicant or the care provider is needed, and an additional bedroom will be added. And so, I find that very strange that we are obligating and already committing to things when we haven't really seen our listing. And when you talked about your phase 1, phase 2, we did hear from Vice Chair thanking the SHID for opening up the portal, because for some areas, they did not have enough applicants. But, I think that when you made that statement of delegates and chapter officials revisiting that list, another fear of mine is that that's going to become political, to where we're going to have people that want to put in another individual and take out, the first one that applied, they should have been given priority. Maybe that should be part of your point system, because those people made that effort the first round to apply to get in all their documents. The second round should receive another set of points, and then the last group, if they're even considered, would get maybe fewer points than the first. So again, like I said, I already see a fault in that point system, and I just wanted to make that known. But I'll go ahead and turn the microphone back over to Vice Chair, and I may have additional questions as it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Vaughn, for your questions and your comments at this time. Before I take it over to Delegate Simpson, I'd like to give some time to Honorable Alina Nessie, who has graced us with her presence, and come up here and introduce yourself?
Education, so she had created that happening. I never get having an escape. So she goes as a friend of us, she not able to she on that station. I don't know, when we go, we get, so now most of the team, we shall get compromise. She go get me so kind of, if I got the response, go here, since I go and I always do here, and then the legislation that you brought through for the community and then to the nation here, you have, you know, that's the background, general, as that, we have.
I'm gonna give the floor to our Lord Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, LC, Manager, Council Association, thank you, yes, especially going to, Mrs. Khan. And then the questions before. Chip, and starting assessment, and I guess, set the application through the portal for chapters, and you assessment. You know, the assessments and all that, so. But we're planning to, eligibility criteria, application, eligibility criteria and all that. So basically what we started back in February and March 2023, we followed the application of required criteria for nomination physical commitments. And according to the legislation was, the resolution was passed by the nomination council, the 24th nomination council. That was one of the requirements for this $50 million housing project. And RDC is supposed to approve the application of criteria. So how does that play now that SHID was accepting the application and being assessing without doing an application, the criteria? So all the work that we have done, how can we make it just legal? Do we add names to the legislation or we do guys on the side? This is common. So that's one question. Then I have just a question on the application. Now, just before the second question, I think it would be responsible for some comment. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Lord Simpson. At this time, I'll give the floor over to, our legislative council, Mary Ann Dunn.
Simpson, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Of course, that is a very good question. I also was thinking about that particular issue with regard to, the 2022 resolution that was approved by the Navajo Nation Council that gave special responsibility to the Resources and Development Committee to approve the eligibility criteria. And there are two ways of dealing, or there are probably other ways, but come to mind right now are two ways of dealing with this. And that is one, to put in a retroactive language. Very, very, very few times does our office provides such language. And the other is to require the starting of the process again with this particular eligibility requirement. And if I would ask that you give me time to speak with the Department of Justice on that particular issue, because we want to stay in compliance with the federal regulations with regard to, any expenditures for this particular housing, projects. I was, communicating with the Department of Justice, and I just need to continue with that issue. I do know that time is of the essence, and, Madam Chair had requested that this legislation be fully discussed as possible, given that, we are on time limitation. And that, resources and development committee was just given, members were just given the criteria, only fairly recently. So, and that's the reason is before we do, I think to begin a discussion, but if you were to vote on it, then I would, either go with your, recommendation that it be retroactive or go forward starting now with this criteria, or if you would like, might be suggested that you, provide the Department of Justice's, unit that's working with the ARPA projects to weigh in on that particular question, and it is a good question. Last year and,
Thank you, Mariana. For your comments, just go back over the city.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair. I think definitely need to work more into how we face this, since they said, whole application submission and the material is done without including the RDC. So before I make a motion for, before the motion table, I'd like to have Michelle and Saltman to, my little sister here, Sean come here to, give it, her question answer. But I feel like that before I can just share them, like you go. I will be offering the motion for, let's say council, and they'll give their comments to be sure that it will be sliced before we can approve it. And then it's already seen. It's much better. I'd like to have Michelle answer, the false questions from the issue.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. At this time, are there any other RDC colleagues that would like to,
Yeah, thank you for your report. We did. Ongoing changes. One is that, it does indicate that, the applicant has to have a base. I do agree to that. But we have instances where, maybe you have a family that has a home site lease, approved lease, be like a sister of an individual. And that sister maybe lives off out of state. And the sibling would apply. And the sister would say, hey, let's go ahead and, you need a home. We know you need a home. I have an approved lease. Maybe you can live on my home site, until I get back or whatever, until I get a home. But what I'm getting to is that, there's many instances in this case. I work for Indian Health Services, federal agency that, provided, water and sanitation facilities to, our national families. And I worked in I guess, Sugar Service Unit. And then at the time it was called, Chip City Service Unit also. But, we have families that have issues of that nature. And, so you have families that allow the siblings to live on sites. And then and later, you know, we work things out. So, this is a thought of that, for that mechanism to move forward. We know that a lot of the mechanism for the individual to apply is there, the onus, you know, hey, one's work at the Navajo Homestead East Office also. I've seen the regular process where it took about 1 year, 3 months to get an approved homestead use through the system. All the stars aligned. Then the ship went and, the time was reduced by 9 months. And then now, if everything is in place, the current homestead lease system, you can get a homestead lease in about 6 months. And because a lot of the onus is on the homeowner, because they have to hire the land surveyor, the archaeologist, the botanist surveyor, if it's required. The other is the requirement that there's any type of, EPA issues such as underground storage tanks nearby that, that maybe there's a gas storage tank that nearby, and things like that. But the system is, you can get a home that is approved in 6 months if everything's in place. But the onus is on the individual that applies. And what I'm getting to is that I think that as Madam Chair or as Shauna alluded to, is that a lot of our homeowners that's going to apply, will be people that really needs a home. Earlier we had Ms. Viva, who retired from Navajo Housing Authority, and the housing crisis in Navajo is bigger than what it is. You go to any regular Navajo home, and you will see multiple families living in one household. Meaning you have like 3 families living under one household, maybe in a 2-bedroom home. But they make it work. You actually have kids sleeping on the floor. We grew up like that, we're used to it. It's normal. If you go to that one household where you have children sleeping on the floor, and you bring a new home to them and say, hey, this is your room. Again, they have their own bed. Just think how that child would have their own space. And I think that a lot of this is to try to meet that need there. How do we do that? And in the ARPA legislation, it required the eligibility criteria. The main enabling legislation that appropriated the $50 million to the housing initiative, and which came up to an equal distribution. But a criteria of this, to determine who gets a home and whatnot, I do believe it shouldn't be up to governmental officials. It should be through a system that's in place. And the onus is on the individual. Whether it's their responsibility to say, hey, I'll get a medical statement, maybe, whatever. Maybe they have a child that has a disability that will increase their scores. But bottom line is that how do we try to get this moving, because it's a requirement. Yesterday at Budget Finance Committee's leadership meeting, I recommended that we just strike this requirement out of the enabling legislation, because it's hindering a process of what community development is doing. Because right now, yesterday's discussion is gonna change the whole thing. And as that legislation moves forward, it's gonna obligate these federal funding Right now, it's obligated, but, you know, there's gonna be audit issues that we're gonna have to meet. But if we go this other way that, Speaker Curley is working on, your Urban Station, it's an obligated funds immediately, and we have time to actually work on housing. So that, but yesterday, that was my recommendation, that we strike that provision out pertaining to the bathroom addition and I think the housing and bathroom addition. Oh, wow, see, because, we need to get this homes out there. Just can't stand in the way and say, no, we can't this, that, and that. How can we try to make this work? We have the division working on this, and, I think that, enabling this legislation, somehow needs to move forward. That's my, but I'm not gonna stand in the way to appropriate homes, the money that we appropriated for homes, I'm not gonna stand in the way. Whether this legislation is capable today, I'm gonna vote against it because I want to build homes. Homes. They don't want a chapter building. They don't want a warehouse. How is a warehouse gonna benefit your constituents? They're not gonna benefit. I'd rather build homes to impact families and get them into decent living conditions. Navajo is a whole different type of land. The outside holiday, it's night and day. 1 acre of land does not have any financial, value. Where the leasee can at least go to the bank and put up their home tax for collateral and build a home. You go off the reservation, you buy a home, the value in the home and in the land you can put up for collateral in a home for a home. Here is different. Congress has changed, this is how Congress dictates things on Indian reservation. And that's the reason why these are just my thoughts about this. This is me. This is one person. But I won't stand in the way to slow down things, which has, Del guy, one of the has is in charge to building homes. But we're looking at a timeline. And we have to move forward for us. That is my recommendation. As a member of the elementary council, my tenureship, 9 years, and it's a chance that we finally got some money for housing. I came in on the 23rd council, trying to look for money for housing. We couldn't even agree to appropriate equally and appropriate 5 million to equal to the agencies or to the delegate people. They didn't want to. They kept saying that's NHA responsibility. That's someone's responsibility. But now we have resources that we can put homes that we can make a difference. But I know I was driving in from Flagstaff one time. Came up, got off the Interstate I-40 at Lupton. I came up Route 12. 120. There's a little G-shed house there. There's families living in G-sheds. And I saw this Navajo Head Start bus drive up to there. And I saw this little girl with her ponytail, her pigtail, pink backpack. She had a red jacket. And that picture didn't stick with me. Why isn't it that NHA is not building homes for families that live in G-sheds? But that's just me. But, you know, I really appreciate the work that, this Del guy is doing from community development to try to get this, this project moving. But again, we have to get moving to build homes, whether it's modular or, construction or remodeling. Well, we have to get, well, that's one time. But, you know, from the community I come from, our community was impacted by the former bank freeze. Where you had the federal government imposed a freeze on leasing infrastructure, building homes for 47 years. All of a sudden, one day, they press the pause, they unpress the pause button and say, oh, the world can keep turning over there. We can build homes. There's no rehabilitation monies that were impacted. In the western region, 1.6 million acres was impacted indirectly by a former bank freeze. The Navajo Hopi land dispute on the joint use area impacted 1.9 million acres of land. Impacted many families who were told to relocate. And I will say that, I said, you know, we were the first, that's why you have families that married out from there and never, they moved into communities like Chinle or Port Defiance, and they were able to build a home there because there was no land dispute in the way to hinder them to build homes. So that's just my thought, just and, you know, housing is something that really should move forward, and it's something that we can allow to get, you know, homes built. But I wouldn't send them away and say no to the top. You know, I cannot do that. Homes. Homes. Homes that have homes that have 4 or 5 families in them. And they have resources to at least impact them. As for myself, my argument is, I'm putting $7 million of my $8 million into housing because I know that people want homes. They don't want buildings. They don't want another governmental building to be built out of it. They want homes. Well, there is a issue now. That's what it's on with that need that's just my view. And, but as there's one person out of the 23rd council, 2025 council, one person out of this committee that has this view. And, but I won't stand in your way. I actually run in this mission. So that's just my 2 things, sir. Chat.
This time I'd like to, thank you for your comments and questions. I'd like to take it over to Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Committee members, Chair Jesus, your agent, Mr. Delva. Go ahead, but all, as I'm reviewing this legislation, each legislation becomes law. As Ani, and on exhibit A, the attachment here, under Roman numeral 2, application solicitation, on number 4, it says, chapter staff to assist community members with completing the online application for the neediest of the needy and submission. How do we define the neediest of the needy? The neediest of the needy. The English language. By the rendition to what does it mean, the nekechiko? You see, the poor, the less fortunate, doesn't look like anybody sitting in here is very less fortunate or poor. Pauper. You said the neediest of the needy, Nagel. That caught my eye right there. Now, we're creating an eligibility criteria here. How do we determine, I can go back to my community and I could see and I could identify some folks that are really in dire need of a house. Because their houses are dilapidated. Some people are living in storage sheds, wooden storage sheds. As I was driving from San Juan to here, driving, I've seen a few people living in storage sheds. And I thought, maybe they're getting started. And looking back about almost 15 years ago, in my community, we built a house for probably about the most $35,000 in material. And it's probably about 2,500 square feet. So as I look at the cost of a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom, and the inflation, I said, what the? Now, I looked through the list when Shane came over to my chapter. 6 chapters, the officials and the staff came to review the names on the list and to prioritize them. Lo and behold, I have to say this. There were some elected officials on the list. And I said, we need to strike this person off the list. I mean, the law is clear for us as elected officials. It's no, go and get that man. You cannot use your elected position to gain or influence, whether monetary or material. And I brought it up at the agency council meeting. I don't have social media. I don't know all the noise and the ruckus that goes on in there that people enjoy, and it's probably for a lot of people. Man, this news is so yummy and juicy. It's like a really good mutton stew. Clean some like that. Now, I hope I didn't offend anybody over there at the agency council, but I think I did. I don't go on there. I don't know what goes on. I know a lot of misinformation, a lot of lies, people shooting arrows at each other with words and all that. But it must be out there is what I thought. That elected officials should not, myself, I'm an elected official, chapter official, farm board, land board, grazing official, school board. But we need to look at these lists ourselves as delegates and say, this is just not right here. But you see in your communities who are very less fortunate about Jopa. And we know they're in need of housing. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm looking at the title of this legislation that's before us. Perhaps it should stay towards the end there. ARPA new housing for the neediest of the needy, application and eligibility criteria. Because it is part of the eligibility criteria. If it's written right here, maybe we need to encourage elected officials, because the staff is the one that helps the people in our communities So they would be the ones to go around with a shit to say, okay, these people really need help. And you go down to, on that same exhibit here, the following page. It's good that it talks about disabled. People in wheelchair, people that really can't help themselves, they go to dialysis every 2 days. Health concern, and guys, if you know that they're having some difficulties. But on the list, I saw some young people that were younger than me, who are able-bodied human beings, who are able to go to work every day and provide for themselves and do it that way. But this year tells me they should have the priority here, the disabled and folks with health issues. People whose houses have burned down, the homeless people. How many people walk the streets of Farmington, Gallup, Holbrook, Winslow, Flagstaff, Page, Arizona, Blanding, as well as Cortez, Albuquerque, Phoenix, San Francisco, everywhere. On that last man, some of them are veterans, but I had PTSD that I held on for. And maybe on the list, we should have had veterans on here as well. I'm just making a recommendation here. But hold on, this case, go on then. People are homeless, people that live in houses that you cannot repair, so they're dilapidated. People with overcrowded houses, multi-generational home that so, everybody's, just to share my concerns with, leadership here. And maybe we just need to, have, write letters to the chapter to kind of caution elected officials to refrain from requesting housing for themselves or something like that. So, everybody says, oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Ness. Okay, before I go back to the, presenters, I'm gonna give the floor back over to, Honorable Bob.
Vice Chair. I just wanted to add in some information since I heard Shana talk about recommendation for veterans. But this is regarding all of Navajo Nation's ARPA dollars. So out of the $1 billion, I just want to share how much is for housing and that is allocated. So within that, we have ARPA transitional housing and the dollar amount is $4 million. There's also housing under new housing at $50 million. There's housing under veterans for $50 million. And then there's housing for former Bennett Freeze and NPL, and that is $15,550,000. And then we heard from Shitui Auto, $7 million for housing. So when you total all of those numbers together, that is $15,550,111. And then bathroom additions, that's separate, that's $150 million. So just to put that all into perspective for you. So thank you, Vice Chair.
Well, thank all my RDC colleagues for your comments and your questions, and I'd like to take the floor back over to our sponsor and our agent, Mr. Duggan, for response.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and also members of our student meeting. First, going back to Ellie Paul's questions regarding the eligibility and scoring. So by looking at the scoring sheet, There are a lot of points given to certain factors, criteria. And the one, Paul mentioned was the utility connections to burnouts and homeless. So the thought of this was that individuals, applicants who are homeless, can have a home. They're residing with family members, jumping from home to home, trying to make ends meet. Some of them with family, some of them are being kicked out, and told to find another location, another residence to live. So, homelessness is a factor, and also burnout. Burnouts happen for a reason. Whether maybe it was electric wiring fault or carelessness. Maybe individuals being careful with taking care of their firewood stove, for example, or their cooking stove. And so there's a lot of thought to the costs of here, so, and it is a plus to have utilities readily there on the connection. That's all we give it 1 point. Some of them don't have utility connection nearby for reconnection, because utilities run, they may be as far off as a mile, 2 miles. And some even further than 2 miles. I understand that some areas are 12 miles, 10 miles from the nearest utility line. So what can we do there? There's alternative sources where we can look at systems for solar units. And so when we go through each of these applicants' information, and the information that we receive in the portal is not some information we must. There's many information that we don't read, and we put that on criteria. And that shows me the chapter representative who may be did not read the criteria. They didn't read the process. So, and just because they submit a whole sentence doesn't mean that it's complete. There's also obvious natural forms of being a solution are in biological and compliance ones. Some of those are attached. They say they do attach, they attach them. So these are some challenges that we encounter. And just looking by these applications, some of the information here are inaccurate, some are incorrect. So that's why we have these whole site assessments done. And I rely on my field staff to retrieve those information for verification purposes, because when these applications were submitted, this information was included. So these are things that we go back and we track, and that takes time. And that's why it's from April to November this year, take care of all the applications. And going to the statement on affordable housing. Because that is mentioned in the English Treasury criteria or regulations. The CJN 29-22. I just see written about affordable housing in the legislation or resolution. So that gives the possible the departments who are handling market dollars for housing that we can these homes out no matter the situation, because it's based on need, and that's what the labor legislation has based on the needs. So that's what we want. And home ownership was mentioned. Yes, we do plan on.
This was a-
home ownership.
Should I give my show?
Because care for your home lasts. I know people, I see people's homes, I know they have old homes, and they have modern homes, and I know they take care of it. And it lasts. So it's all up to the homeowner on how well they take care of their homes. And just like the necessities, for example, existing dwellings out there, some people are, they're damaged on purpose, it seems like walls, windows, doors. So these are, some examples that, we have, so unfortunately, it's very important. And these contractors in the RFQ have mentioned that they can also conduct home ownership education because they know the type of home they live. How to care for certain appliance, certain equipment with the homes. So also maintenance, operation and maintenance, that's additional cost to the applicant. Now, we go to affordable housing. If we were to put that into place in our criteria, I don't think anybody would qualify for affordable housing. Maybe a certain low percentage, but most of them that applications we received are for applicants who are living in so dilapidated homes and they're barely making ends meet. They can't even afford to buy their own materials in the homes, like materials to repair the homes, especially elderly. So contractors mentioned, it was mentioned, they know we have they know we have this amount of money, billions. And I think we all knew and we anticipated that contractors will increase their rates, their fees to assist with public funds. And we're already seeing it, we're recognizing it. But as, you know, as the nation, as the parliament, whoever are running these projects, they've got to make sure that the amount is somewhat negotiable and they can be adjusted with the communication of contractors, ensure that what they say they're going to do. But the cost fit service. Orders of homes, number of bedrooms. There's another question. We could only, you know, possibly 4 homes or 4 bedrooms needed maximum. And that's probably for manufactured or modular homes. That I believe the max is around 4 bedrooms. For some builders, if we were to go construction stick build, you know, we could go beyond 4 bedrooms. But, you know, we look at what they put in the application, the number of households. We see some of the 11 household members. We go out there and we verify the information. But if we see something around 5 to 10 in household, now we question them. Who's all living in that home? In the parents, their kids, and their grandkids. So it's the parents who are applying for these loans on behalf of their children. So we tell them, you know, your kids should apply for loans instead of parents. But, you know, that seems like right now we see not just with CHIP, but with other housing programs that a lot of community members, especially young ones, are using their parents or their grandparents to get a home. Just so they can live in that home and possibly take over that home and push their parents or their grandparents out. I've seen that happen. So we're trying to be, considerate and also at the same time being assertive on some of the information that's included in the application. The home assessment, road condition, renovation, cost records. I have been in communication with some of the other mentioned housing providers, NECA, HUA, and the ARPA team at our division. We have our own staff there in Durham. We're in the process of going through their bathroom condition list and our bathroom condition list with their staff. And then also Holy Land Commission has also reached out to my office and compared, now veterans also the same situation. So we're already have, discussed and we've already communicated on the cost workers and some of these individuals or these applicants. And there's a lot of applicants, 1,300 applicants that we have to go through. And some, some chapters have submitted more than applications. I've seen some of your 60 applications. But, those are, some of the situations that we're working on and we're moving forward with. Reopening that was going back to reopening the application for applicants or chapters that did not submit application. These were the ones that did not submit any at all. It was quite a bit, chapters that didn't submit any application at the moment. And for these reasons, there's one is there was no staff available at the chapter, and we didn't put these applications. Two, some of the chapter staff neglect that they didn't want to assist. They wanted to sit down and input this information into the system. Third, internet connection was very strong to upload documents. And fourth is, the fourth one was we wanted to have these applications securely inputted into the system without interfering. We have all the electronic file, all the applications are electronic file in our system right now. So we need to print them out, we will print them out, and we'll do our systems. That's how we were working for our process. Shanghai, building all that answers your questions that you asked, and also to Bill Simpson on Ms. Bill, thank you for understanding what we did in providing information into our presentation today, and also Bill Simpson. You're brought into which best way to approach this legislation, and if we were to go over the options that Spawn mentioned. One, put the retroactive language into the legislation. Also, number two, require to start the whole process over again. Now, if we were to go with option two, we're looking at possibly another year. Year going through the appropriate language and going through the process again from start. So recommendation on possibly number one would be my choice. That's possibility without activating any or pretending points. Situation where they can enter the fund the funding opportunity that we have. Delegate, so your comments on the time and process. We have it started way back and it's went on for about 2 years. And moving forward, we could have began this process way back maybe a year ago. But due to some changes to the process, we have to do an RFQ. So that which opened up, communication to other builders with money that we had, which was only at that time $6 million. So, and now that also we're seeing full land commission with their housing opportunity also, it's where we're oversight. So they're putting their 14 million into our 50 million housing. And so, but with your comments and your thought into our process, and thank you, your words are noted, and we do appreciate your comments and what was mentioned. And also, don't be as if my needs need, yes, it's to what you mentioned, his bullseye, I guess let's say, needs of need. There's people out there in very bad situations, and they've been living in tents, living in campers, storage, especially with storage units. And those don't have bathroom or electrical facilities. They're too small. And they were also told that they couldn't put bathroom conditions on those units. So they're without the facility. So they do need a standard facility to provide water sanitation and electric or refrigeration for their home. And that's the whole purpose of this $100. Why we put it in, it was put into the executive and so and the also put the stable and the language of needs to be into the legislation. Also include that language in the legislation. And so with that, I believe I've had some old questions, and I'll give the time over to the sponsor. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Tani, Mr. Elgai, for his responses that my colleagues had a question, and although the Commissioner Tani, I hope for the resources of the development committee. As we all know, the Navajo Nation is very fortunate and blessed to have received this magnitude of some big dollars from the federal government. Knowing that across the Navajo Nation, there is a great need. And this particular legislation, I know we're working backwards, but oftentimes we have to take a step back. I myself, as leadership, have to understand the capacity within these departments in the region in terms of community capital. I know that right now, Mr. Delga is shot only a team of 4 members. And on top of that, he's also trying to carry out his regular CDBG grant responsibilities as well. And again, I'm most certain that this was a hit and miss, but all based off of trial and error. I think that's what really goes forth. But again, there's another question on the audit issue. I believe that has been brought up several times in ARCA, where the Navajo Nation, and we should not abide by any internal guidelines or procedures that the Navajo Nation has, parallel with Navajo federal laws that we currently are working with. We don't want the Navajo Nation to be having to pay back federal government So again, thank you for your valid, questions and points and recommendations that were made. And I did note it here, and, again, we do need to get these homes built out, so, the recommendation that was given in regards to, the, retroactive language provision, I don't know if that would be sufficient, but I would leave that to our legal counsel, to, collaborate with, Navajo Department of Justice to make sure that would be sufficient. Again, we don't want to get in trouble with these, plans that we were able to, get from the federal government. So, yeah, for taking the opportunity and listening to us, and, with all the processing in place here before us, it does take a while to get a home site lease, and I think that RDC has made that initiative to make amendment to home site leasing regulations specific to just ARPA project build outs. I think so we're all learning as we go, and again, thank you, Mr. Delgado, for your responses, and I'll go ahead and give it back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, please, thank you, Mr. Guy, for your responses to the RDC. And, just like to, ask you a question, with your staff and your team for the record. You said you had about 1,500 names, 110 chapters. You're doing this internally in your department? And my second question is, how much staff do you have? My third question is, do you need additional outside, resource or, staffing to complete this? I'll give you some time.
Okay, yeah, Commissioner, for your question. Staff wise, in my department, I'm generally funded, department, and I have a staff of 5 current, and, I have 3 field staff. And then, I've also have a CDBG program and being a field staff and administrative staff. So I've utilized 3 of my field staff to conduct, field assessments for 310 chapters. And, the total overall staff, I do have 2 federal programs, and I cannot utilize their services or just because they're under another federal program, and we can't co-mingle and others. So, I have been trying to get additional staff on. I was trying to be able to get another additional 2 additional staff on, so I'll have about 6 staff, hopefully by next week. And do I need additional staff outside? Yes, I believe, my supervisor, my lead director is working on that. Looking opportunity to get additional funding. Possibly additional 20 million for other staff outside for the professional services, mainly for some construction management. Now that we've done pretty much the initial application and the assessment. But now we're going to start trying to put the unlicensed contract, which will move forward and kind of get that executed by looking at possibly by May soon. And from there, I'll have these contract, these program managers see this contract through and work orders and follow through with the scope of work, whether we're going to do manufactured or regular homes and single homes. So we all working on that. And also, thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado, for your response. I just really commend your team, for doing all that work. And, I really would like to see this process move forward. And with the time sensitivity and, you know, what we're working with to, you know, get these, projects complete by December 2026, I would really, you know, support the retroactive, you know, language being put in as legislation. Just want to thank you, your staff. At this time, I have, Kelvin Simpson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Ms. Marcy, Madam Chair, as well. Yes, when I mentioned that I might make a favor motion, it's not me saying I'm going to be away. I am supportive on getting this project started right away. And I always have a very vocal, get things done right away. Not just talk and talk and talk. Yeah, I love that. And watching things done. That's why I am. But at the same time, I want to take the work and your staff, what we have done for the past year. We will have some people that will be upset that we're not selected. And like I said, this is public here. And any legislation we pass or can be challenged. If we're challenged by any individual, then make sure we get it correctly. We have a strong case. And make sure we don't lose it for this challenge. That's what I'm trying to do, take the work for the past year without the improved application process for criteria. Again, I want to be on record, I'm very supportive of this and started. Now, there are two options that are given by our SC council. One is retroactive and incorporating each of them, or one second is to have DOT chime in. And I think if this one go to get resolved, the second would be for this come back for us. Make it a majority for us SC council to work with DOT where you can chime in to make sure we make this strong. Again, I'm not here to block this, I'm here to make sure to take your whole year of work that's done. And that's why I want to make sure we incorporate language that's going to be very strong, just in case, again, it can be challenged, but if it's challenged, then we'll have a strong case for the decision that we have made. You know, hopefully we can bring forward, but I'm speaking that that's in place. So again, I'd like to ask Marilyn Mrs. Khan here, she's a legal expert. And what option do you want to go, Mrs. Khan? You want to go retroactive, I'll support that. You want to give it a week and take the motion to work with DOJ, final. So I'll vote and I'll see what recommendation you come up with. Recommendation. Yeah, that's all that I need to response. Thank you.
Thank you, Simpson. At this time, I'd like to give the floor over to, Speaker Stowe had his hand up. We'll take it over to Marianne.
Just to, I know that, some of them kind of get information together, and try to make this legislation fair. And, but, I think that, a lot of it is that, from the housing aspect, you know, when you brought up a, rideshare, staffing, and, you know, that gets to this conversation that there's a proposal for, additional staffing that, that's gonna be submitted. And I think that's something that's gonna be coming down the pipeline in the part of reallocation. As this, if you can you, touch base on the, proposal that you, I guess it's still at the president's office. And there's a certain amount that, Mr. Delgado is asking for, staffing, additional staffing, and, possibly A&E. So that takes care of individuals that have, that may not have the means to maybe clear the way of a, structure to their own staff. And, take a home to that location, but it's like launching their home. In that aspect, but, there's a proposal that we both spoke about, basically the budget finance, and just wondering if we can expand on those two items on the AE and on the, additional manpower. Any questions, and I know that, you did indicate that you can't utilize other staff members in the sense of co-mingling of federal dollars. And I'm gonna, back up a little, and what about individuals who have, got assistance from other federal, like NHA? And, they apply. And the federal system, it's a form of double dipping. And, I know that, this has federal resources, these are federal resources. And just wondering if, that has been extended on pertaining to, the proposal, because, like the program, program will call NHA to see if the applicant has applied for a home ownership program, whether it's, buying homes or, home from now, in the relocation program. So I believe there's a policy in place by the federal government that drives that. And I'm wondering, has our attorneys at Department of Justice and even, all in line, ever, spent on that to see if, individuals of that nature who has maybe a NHA home that they paid off, that's applying, or been into that scenario, has the attorneys extended on that? Because of, the federal dollars and it's co-mingling federal dollars and not allowing, double dip, so it is, okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee, members of the audience here. With regard to, possibilities for this legislation, which have been outlined, I would request that, Office of Legislative Counsel myself, be, at least until the next RDC meeting to discuss the issue with the Department of Justice. As I've explained earlier, the request here to draft the legislation as fast as possible, given the time constraints, and I have to start the discussion with the Department of Justice and what's working to do that. There, as far as I can see, there are actually three possibilities. One, retroactive language being put in the legislation. The other is stating that the eligibility requirements start now and the application process start now. The other is what was raised by your colleague here, Delegate. So with regard to removing this requirement from the 2022 resolution that the council passed. I also wanted to take the time to bring to your attention this resolution, again, is written such that the Resources and Development Committee approves the eligibility requirement. There is more than an eligibility requirement criteria that is in Exhibit A. And that is why the language is written here, sections 1 through 6. After 6 is language regarding selection of contractors and such. That selection of contractors, essentially the procurement process, is not the assignment that is given to the Resources and Development Committee. That there is existing obligation law, and if there was time, I would ask Mr. Delgado separate this, exhibit such that just the eligibility requirements are to be approved. So it's very clear that the research and development is not approving or refusing to approve that criteria for selection of contractors and that bidding process. Don't want to be there to be any confusion at this time, then to switch out and exhibit. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention was the point system. If you wanted to go with a point system, that is not in this resolution. If you wanted a point system similar to or exactly as is at, I believe it was page 14 of the item. If you would like, I would provide language to insert that into the legislation, just that particular point system. There is also on page 4 of the distributed packet of material, the Department of Justice is reviewing this the criteria that is presented to the Department of Justice, and I would put that into the legislation. So I just wanted you to know that the legislation is written such that the Resources and Development Committee only approves the eligibility requirement, and the 2022 council resolution stated that the housing that Chin is responsible for is to be replaced. Thank you. Mr. Foster.
Thank you very much. This time, let's give the floor back over to the presenters.
Thank you, Vice Chairman RC. Thank you, Mrs. Khan, for your interpretation. Thank you. And Madam Chair. And so the information that we heard from Mrs. Khan, again, she is very awesome. And very awesome, guarantee you know that about now you 6 premium and 6 accountabilities working on the eligibility. Now you won't have 24. So it's better to keep it within RDC. So with that, Mrs. Khan stated, I'd like to go ahead and with the point system too. I'd like to make a voting motion. It's coming before that RDC, next community meeting, and have also city council and you work up keys on this and make sure that we have strong eligibility, allocation and criteria. So I think this again time frame 1 week, and this meeting, and this will be priority. We will see and some of you that my little sister mentioned that we should address the call on the point system. So I'd like to make a motion, give this to our next RCP meeting. Again, it's very important that we get this project started, but we want to be sure that what has been worked on for the past year, it stays there, but it's challenged. We have to be sure that right English in this legislation make our case strong. So, this is a motion to do timeline here, and what needs to be done. Just like here, and there's already seen that.
If you don't get something at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tahi for a roll call, please. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second. Fine.
Vice Chair. You get 3 minutes.
Vice Chairman of the RDC, before we hand over the mic, I want to point out that motion is not subject to debate. So we have a first and a second, so we go right to vote. Vice Chair Dawson, members of RDC.
Only at council, not chair.
Vice Chair Dawson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for tabling legislation number 0072-24 to the next Resources Development Committee meeting, which will be held on Wednesday, April 24th. Roll call vote. Honorable Shawna Inclot, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Inclot votes green. Honorable Brendan Futh, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Booth votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Odessa, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Odessa votes red. Vice Chair Johnson? That's 4 in favor, 1 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Fahy. This item of legislation has been tabled for 1 week from today. So, 2 weeks. So legislative council, priority on that, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yagay. The presentation. At this time, we're on to item number B. Directive, Resource Development Committee directs the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department Manager to compile a list of all ranch sheets and summary of the bidding process for leasing the ranches to be completed within. Underscore that is the side I'm going to go ahead and we got back to Madam Chair soon.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, for assisting and also members of the 25th Resources Development Committee. Again, as Vice Chair had mentioned on the agenda item, we do have the directive. So the members of the committee, as Chair of Resources Development Committee, I just wanted to bring this directive forth in requesting to Department of Agriculture Department Manager to compile a list of all the names of individuals that are currently leasing the tribal ranches on the New Mexico side. And as we all know, we do have ranches that have been purchased by the Navajo Nation, that we currently have customers that are grazing their livestock on these ranches in the state of Arizona, being the Winslow Tract, the Peaks Ranch, and also Big Bow and other ranches. And the concern came from, number one, the forage evaluation. Are these grazing lands being overgrazed? Second, the other area is how do we allow opportunity for our constituents across Navajo Nation to have that equal opportunity to be a part or take part in grazing their livestock on these lands instead of repetitively having these same individuals have perpetual leases forever. To me, that did not make sense. So I had been in consultation with the division director, Mr. Mike Colonna, and I also had previously in the past sent out possibly, I'm going to say for sure, 2 emails at this point to get that information. And to date, I have not been able to receive that information. For the New Mexico tribal ranches, those leases have expired back in 2018. We have not gotten a report of names nor what the current negotiation strategy is, or how are they going to be RFP'd out or requesting proposals from candidates that want to also be able to lease the land to have their livestock also be grazing in the area. But one of the first and foremost concern is the current vegetation evaluation for these leases. So this is a concern because oftentimes we as Navajos refer back in our prayers of Nahosan Shema, that we're supposed to take care of Mother Earth in every aspect, you know, with the vegetation, the land, the water. And how are we doing that as producers and ranchers out there, farmers, to preserve, you know, Mother Nature? So again, from this, I have requested a directive, and I'd like to request Department of Agriculture to provide this information before Resources Development Committee through a receiving report process, and give them 30 days, because I think they already do have the names. It just needs to be shared with Resources Development Committee. So again, this is the purpose of the directive, members of Resources Development Committee. And I just request, you know, your support in this particular initiative. Yeah, I don't know if any of my members have any questions at this point. Honorable Simpson? Okay, so right now there are no questions, and this will be for 30 days, Rodney. And I do have a motion by Honorable Simpson. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claude. Where did I read the record? Okay, so right now Rodney needs to read this into the record. I do apologize.
And Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman, the RDC, Title II, citation is 2 NC section 189B. Committee directives shall be limited to matters such under committee directives oversight and shall be approved by a supermajority vote of all committee members. All approved directives that shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the president, vice president, and effective division directors within 3 calendar days of the approval. The directive to the Nation Division of Natural Resources, the Department of Agriculture, Department Manager reads as follows: the Nation Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department Manager is hereby direct to compile a list of all ranch leases and a summary of the bidding process for the leasing of the ranch to be completed within 30 days. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the record, read into the record.
We do have a motion by Honorable Simpson and a second by Honorable Claude. Members, do we have any questions at this time? Going once, twice. With that, Rodney, can we get roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for the directive to the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture. Honorable Sean Clark, how do you vote? Honorable Sean Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Star, how do you vote? Excused. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you for that. So motion carries for that directive to be issued. Going on to item number 6, under old business, we do have none. Item number 7, receiving reports, letter A. We do have report from the Department of Agriculture on the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, AIF, on the directive to conduct work sections in 5 agencies of the Navajo Nation regarding the AIF, equine reward and rescue operations, farm and garden initiatives, livestock management incentives, and 3-year project updates. We do have presenter Mr. Leo Watchman Jr., who is department manager, and I believe that we have Ms. Hardy and also Ms. Begay as well. So it's time. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Department of Agriculture, to Mr. Watchman and his team to give a report to before Resources and Development Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I first want to recognize the our grazing officials from the Chimney Valley here. So maybe you want to introduce himself, Mr. So and Mr. Shirley.
It's not, I'm with the question, you say, will say, I'll open many farms tractor day, other, the stuff, not being, not that you say we can.
Good morning. Good afternoon, guys. And for this evening is, I know Mr. Watchman, here, Mr. So, and serving as grazing committee for 28 years. Did you look at my contact? Madam Chair, we do have a lot of things to cover, and I'll do as efficient as possible. Well, first I want to recognize also staff here. I mean, you had mentioned that we work tireless hours to provide the best information possible. Mr. Hardy, and also Mr. Gay, I want to recognize them for providing the report, also continue their information outside of the meetings and try to get the best information also again to your elected leadership. So we do have a couple of things. There is a resolution, there is that resolution regarding AIF funds for raising officials that have a little hang up. There's a request made from the Chimney agency for help and assistance for some money that were approved a year ago. So that's one item we'll get to here. We would like to thank the opportunity. Again, my name is Leo Washington. I was from the Shempo and Washington. I been the department manager for several years now. I can say the director earlier, I just want to remind the committee that he came into office. There was a listing of branches, and one of the things that we were asking at that time, which has not changed, is that seeing that we have not been able to bring forward leases to be executed. There's a couple of reasons why, and it goes back to allow me this 1 minute to this sort of application, so you have an idea. The directive says to provide, but there's already been documents provided to IBC when first were elected. That's not changed. One of the areas of reason for not changing is one of the things you were asking is a delegation, similar to what business IBC now. The reason for that is it becomes very political. So we haven't been able to move things forward because VCs do not want to pay the current this rate. They wanted it to be reduced or be waived. So we haven't been able to negotiate to ask a member to carry legislation because that will wipe out our program. So that's one area. The other area which I mentioned and reported several times is that we don't have the ability to evict. And that's something that the Supreme Court asks us to do policy-wise. But each time when we presented that, it didn't move forward. So essentially what makes it difficult is that you have a leasing program and an inability to evict. You really don't have a leasing program because you have people just maintain and use an analogism. I own this land, it's my land, or it's been in my family for years. The leasing program itself has a 20-year, 10-year, and a 6-month. There is provisions there. That's something, as another time when we present, I want to, it isn't that we haven't responded, it's like basically just reiterating that we have made a report 3 times, and it's basically the same situation. But there are some lights in the tunnel. We are making some grounds with Save Arizona with the Wind Waivers all community, as well as going back and re-inventorying all of our leases in terms of, what is their plan? How can we help the DC? So that's this manager is the one to push that forward. And also we do have a upcoming Ranters tour, and we'll be bringing that forward on what our plans are with the the current contingencies. We own ranches, say Arizona, and also New Mexico. They do have equal challenges, but also our ECs being helped. One of the big things is that the telemarket is one of the all-time highs. So that makes a plus, and to really contribute to the business management plan, the branch management plan. So the light in the tunnel is that the decent ability to maybe take on the challenge of Israel. So we believe that. And Chair, as a committee, thank you for allowing that time. Moving on to our report, and it's sort of lengthy, but there's an exercise sheet that has a 1-pager. It's back in front. And we want to report this as indicated. We have a horse management. Over the years, this has been controversial, but also has been very, there's been a lot of accomplishments. You may not see it directly, but we had some communities that have thanked us and said, thank you for, taking the pressure off the land. It's controversial to say rounding up and what happens to the horse and these kind of things. So there's a number there, and we're very proud of them. We have a small crew that's been working on this, and they have brought in, close to 9,000 horses in the process, moving them forward for the past 4 or 5 years. And it does indicate that, again, there's a form of management, but You may read, or there might be some indication, discussion that the actual management, we're not touching the surface. There's indications there's over 50,000 posted out there, but also, but at some point, we are, doing it in increments. Move forward, your support is basically needed. So the forest management through Omaha Gate, has been reported several times. And again, we are in forest county right now in Street, in Mexico. And these are, they could capture one horse or 200 horses, and it's a game of chance. But when we do process, we try to do is as maintenance as possible, and also safety has become the most important part of our staff. Our wishes are, and we'll discuss that with the other plans, is to establish another force dominant crew. Establish maybe 2 fronts, maybe from the west, or maybe how that may be formulated. But we do know and have some very experienced ranch hands, and also there are probably a few more out there that we can hire. So that's just something to report on, Madam Chair. The other item, we move forward in that first sheet, it talks about incentive. And that's in the focal point of part of that, this comes to the indemnity payments, transferred into a agriculture infrastructure fund, and putting dollars in ranchers' hands for potential farmers, and also the farmers who reestablish themselves. As you can look at, it's a heavy number, but we just basically say in this year, we put out $1.4 million in ranch incentives. And this is the form of, it will be linked to a permit. It can start at increments of 1,500 to 3,500. One of the things that once the, and thank you for pushing our leadership and executive to move some of these monies forward. We're able to pay arrears and also current applications. So some of these ranchers receive 2 payments, as much as $7,000 or 3,500 at a high site, 1 payment. So again, we're looking at what they do with that money, and they, invest that in the ranch. I know there's a couple of people asked me today that one of the individuals in the RMU was talking about having to, what her thoughts were about investing back in the ranch. And she was fighting her own family on not just going and buying hay or letting it go. She wanted to do some improvements on the ranch. And so this is providing that, unique challenges within ranching communities or families that they have a real, discussion that we never really talked about. And the purpose of the fund overall is to mitigate and plan. It's not a form of loss that we're looking at, it's mitigation. So we're asking the ranch to plan. And we are proud to say that we leave the timeline. There is expected drought, more likely to be in June 15th, and the approximate time is 30 days. In that window, we'll probably see where drought is no more recognized, and where water becomes more serious. Forage is less. So we're hoping that ranching plan, they look at supplemental feeding, look at preparing themselves for cold water, things of that sort, or new equipment, or those kind of things to make things a little easier, safer at their own home ranch. The other part of that, there'll be several discussions as we move along. There's a lot of investment out there, and I think the committee for supporting that. As we move forward, there'll be more, the only request we had in the past is that once we get these payments out timely, and people can plan better, and you'll probably have more, success stories. So that's what we're looking for in the next coming months as we move on within the climates, meaning that the summer and also fall, we plan to run a fall incentive. So that will be something we're moving forward on. There's a farm and garden incentive. That ranges, and there's 2 categories. One is that we want to, get into this planting of anything, behind your house or in your any home, it's earlier, $500 to give an incentive
maybe it's $500 to $1,000. That's if you have a permit. So that permit is a raising permit, unless you can, a farm use permit. I know yesterday, there's a point that I'm against it when it comes to this, yesterday there was a meeting in Shiprock, the meeting there. One of the things that I think the RDC needs to take a position on, and we've said a few times, but until the BIA is in the process of those transfers, and I know, Vice Chairman asked about transfer earlier. I think there should be a moratorium in place because we're basically, providing a direction when BIA is on board. They're not, executing these transfers. So the work of the official becomes, a lane. You did everything you asked and you voted, but then the Bureau is just counting on a EA, some assessment. So they're not going to be moving, and their position is that it's against federal law. So maybe at some point we offer that we look at a moratorium from the committee and then we cease these transfers because we're misleading our potential permit holders until we resolve the issue of what timeline do we have. There's a current backlog of permits, about 1,400 that the BI has, and that's over a 6-year period. So I would say, and more of not a solution, but something that gives a, quick leading on potential permit holders, because the BIA is not transferring, and the indication is back at us. So we gave you $6 million, and your Fish and Wildlife program is the lead agency in this whole administrative whole, but it's really not the situation. The federal government has been violating the federal law for a number of years, and right now we're just catching up, and at our expense, in my personal opinion, and I've stated this a few times. So I'm using this opportunity to, as we look in leadership flags, and take that as a recommendation that we should be consider a directive or something to the raising fish, because they're answering questions they can't answer right now on their actions. So essentially they've done their job, and now every day we get cross questions for my permit. So I just wanted to give some enlightenment on that discussion yesterday. We know that the grassroots is everywhere. It's not just in Shiprock or the meeting yesterday, it's everywhere. And you don't really have to be grassroots to have a permit, so it's everybody that has a permit has impact, especially when they're not moving forward. So as a recommendation. Moving on, and I'll give you some totals we're proud of and are highlighting. On the back of that one sheeter, there's a payouts for 2023. You can see 1.4 million plus 1.5 million. And also for 2024, there's various payouts. There's diagrams in there. There's scale and measurements. I guess these are, we do have them for delegate. I think some of you have received them as a part of what's happening. One of the things that we can say honestly would be is it has increased. And people have taken note, and one of the things that we are noticing that people want to comply. They're looking for their tally count, they're working with their officials, and it may be kind of a negative way because they're after their officials to get some, job done for their particular incentive payment. And there's repeaters in here, and as we move forward, we've had some testimony from a lot of folks that basically, this is unique. It's the only program in all of Indian country that we're trying to help our producers, and our goal is to present, the success, and also, if you're ranching, $7,000 is really not that much money. It needs to be more, competitive with the federal scale. And, so that's our goal. And, when you look at 1.4 million, and you're seeing for 1 year, that's pretty significant accomplishment. Mr. Gay, also Mr. Hardy here have been very instrumental in moving that forward. It shows there's people out there wanting to comply. They want to show who they are. They want to have some of the incentives. We might look at some conservation plan practices, conservation plans, and maybe reward the people that have that or follow that. This is an idea. So, I guess, Madam Chair, there's a lot of information. I know there's every day, we're working on workforce management, every day, we're also working on these payouts and also receiving applications. You might hear some pushback from people that, didn't miss the deadline. And that, so again, one of our biggest recommendations we have, when we set a deadline, a lot of times people will comply and we have to reset. So we did extend our deadline. But, it's not the only time. Hopefully by support of this committee, we'll have another round that, provided incentive and another deadline set forward. So it's not one-time funding. This will be our third, shot at this, and we feel it's been successful. But again, it can be improved. I know that a lot of the discussion early on, in this past year was, where's these payments? And thankful for you, 42, and also some pressure being put on to sign some budgets moving forward. And as we move on this report, we'll be asking the same, where we feel that we want some support on, adding up on some of these programs, because we have more applicants that we want to serve. Having stated that, if I had to go to tab 1, and a directive, like the one we issued earlier, by vote, he gave us a directive to provide some training. So tab 1, this sort of highlights the location, also I guess in a sense the feedback, but we did have 5 different expos, we call them, and it ranged in a variety of things. So mainly was the AIF and the proposed raising changes, and that's was sort of the bulk of the highlight. We have indication, we have some documents that Chairwoman Susan directed us, gave us some outlines, and we completed, we had over 30 different forms of training. And I know there was one yesterday that talked similar, but even though it was in Chippewa, but a lot of these trainings have the same discussion regarding transfer of permits, the incentive, other things, burial, or what do I do with probate, all those kind of things. And we did have ample discussion in the community, so it's not, I'm not saying that that's the only time. Some of the feedback we got was that speaking Navajo, and you have a young team, and we need to get some more Navajo speakers. And I'm not fluent in Navajo, and I apologize for that. But on the other hand, we hope we encourage some people, if we have some folks that want to work for ag. And I heard a shout out from Mr. Delga, and need more help with people in those particular capacities. So if you have somebody that can help us with really providing a service, a general service. I can tell you that I do have some staff, and they're very unique. They're young, and they know more about grazing than a lot of folks. And then we come out of the shell and providing that service is our charter, and we need a bigger team. So as well as our officials, our grazing officials are. Even though there's measures that looking at maybe changing a different direction, well, they're second to none when it comes to the community and these services and what happens. So, in respect, and I did respect them earlier by recognizing them. Again, they have their challenges and there's things that they'll probably bring up. As you go through the series we did explain, they had a wealth of folks. Each one of our expos probably had more than 150 people or more. The largest probably 300. And real Navajo style, we shook hands, had coffee, broke bread, and had laughter, and also had some hard discussions. So I believe the chairman on the end there, Mr. Nance, was part of one and on his side. We had a lot of good community response, and it was very helpful.
Mr. Watchman,
Yes.
20 minutes has elapsed, and would you prefer an additional maybe 10 minutes? Because this is
I'll go another 10 minutes, I could.
members of Resources Development Committee, Ashiko, 10 more minutes. So we'll go ahead and allow an additional 10 minutes for your presentation.
So I apologize to the folks in the room, we'll take those time, but we are compassionate what we've been asked to do. The booklet put together, I'll just summarize. You can go through the tab 2 has one of the things I wanted to discuss, the reason for one of the points I'm bringing forward. If you go to tab 2, you look at AIF points. 2022 there was 35 projects that were, put together. And one of the things I asked the chief of, grazing official, they have a resolution. And they're here because of compensation. We want to increase tally count. And as I indicated earlier, compliance is the main emphasis. But if you don't have the people on the ground to do tally counts, there's an incentive for $1,500 that we are having trouble with. And, basically with DOJ, their interpretation is that, we unlawfully appropriate monies to raise officials for this purpose. And we don't feel that's right, because at the will of the committee, basically you have the appropriating power to appropriate. And you've had, over the years, my experience with the committee has been honored, but for some reason, DOJ or the different leadership feels that they won't allow this budget to go through. So it's $1,500 to provide incentive. So we want to bring your attention, and I guess that's the way it works. We have to go back to the appropriate authority and reaffirm what they appropriated. So it's kind of redundant, but nonetheless, we need your help. And that's the reason for the resolution. And it packs all elected officials to report our tally counts. And, you know, as they come forward, they say all the time that compensation is something that's overlooked. It's something we thought might help them. The other highlights within that, we have 35 projects, and we are moving forward. We do have, they're only on the first of these 35. The only one we have completion is the fair events. There's a report in there showing the fair events, the 2.8 million. And I guess there's been some reports that have been done with, not by agriculture. Essentially, this is a grant given to the fairs, Now Nation Fair. And I think I did report when at the beginning of this is that at the end of the day, what we figured to have happen is that we're going to spend about $3 million. We're going to grant out, and we're going to fund about $1 million. So if you look at any reports at the end of the day, it says that, and that was pretty much saying that it was more of a goal. And anytime when the fair deposits $1 million, there's no fair out there that deposits $1 million. And we did. Other than that, it was granted. So we used the money to provide entertainment and gathering, what fairs are meant to be. So that's all of these, of the 35 that we can have a report on. The rest are ongoing. And the third year, of course, management will report on that as we move forward. I'm really highlighting, support to gain access for raising officials for this money, the 211,000. I know it's a smaller number, the numbers are really improved, but it's something that's essential. Within this, if you look at the second page on there, there's other programs that could be funded of the 35 projects that Fish and Wildlife has money. Incidentally, the Fish and Wildlife program that we see, but does receive money from this fund for the EA, so the persons that are working for the grazing permits are funded through this. So it's subsidized in addition to the BIA. So we're not saying that it links back. So this fund links back to the grazing permit, allows for a permit holder to work with the livestock, their sheep or their farm. So you go through that, you see the numbers. We will at a later time, we'll give the exact percentage. If you go to tab 4, this is another area that we need help on. This committee met with the executive, their natural resources, also the chief of staff. So Mr. Alona and Mr. Sandoval, we met and we were discussing 18 projects. It's actually 17 projects, and we're saying there were 42 plus projects that were funded by RDC back almost a year plus ago. So tab 4, there's a green sheet. It has red on the bottom. We are looking to some avenues on. We met, and there was not a directive, but our division director said we'll take under consideration 17 projects. We did sign 35, but there's 17 in here. And one of the directives that we want to point out that was placed on agriculture is providing technical capacity
as well as infrastructure. So one of the direct requests was to get an office in Crown Point. What you'll see on this, listing, that has not been signed at this point, but yet it's been developed, appropriated in 2022 December. And it's been essentially through the executive review process, I think 4 times. And now it's a city, within our division. So when these directives come out, that's just an example. We can probably give some indication of all these directives, or not directives, but what the purpose of these budgets were for. And also, recommendations. If you look at that sheet, there's a red area. The red area is there's no agent, there's no, being that the requestee is no longer existing, as we speak. So there is opportunity to be allocated. One of the things that we would have consideration at some point, we'd like to recommend the reallocation. A good example is that veterinarian services, we'd like to put a veterinarian office or in Western. Right now, we don't have those funds, but if you look at those numbers in the bottom of the sheet, there's 2 million that could be allocated. Or other areas like Chinle. Chinle has a veterinary office, but it's in a compound, it's really not as attractive, probably not as safe as it should be, but, there are some monies that they're allocated. There is $500,000, you can see, for a veterinarian facility, but that hasn't been signed. And it seems like there's a lot of justification, the wherewithal, your predecessors, these are all, they have to change, it's the need. So, we're looking to, again, maybe look at another meeting, or maybe just take an opportunity and, do as has been done before, like $4 million is allocated. $4 million didn't go through the executive process. It was just signed and moved to OMB, and monies were allocated. I guess it's a point of not frustration, but a point of how do we get these monies on the ground? And have to look at leadership to either come together or say we're going to fund. So I guess what I'm saying is the $4 million with the chapters, we didn't budget those. It was done by the legislative, and however that was done goes back to the fund management plan. If that was done in that area, this what we're saying is it can be done in these particular projects. If that is how this fund is to be utilized or operated in the future, we do have year 4 that we want to. There's around $42 million that's sitting there, and I would hate to have it be held up for a year and a half again. So, so we move forward. I guess we need to either agree or disagree and have the moving forward how these are allocated. The other stuff, Madam Chair, I go also beyond the 10 minutes. You can go in to see,
2 minutes.
you can go and see the report. There's a directive or a directory. I know that a lot of times you can't get the whole, and I know that there's excuses plates out there, but our number, and we get calls, like our officials late at night on certain things we want to know the next day. So that's readily available. We do have the latest number to staff, and on important questions that they have in the community. But the overall report put together, we do have the 17 budgets here, and the one that's being has not been signed. And then we also have the request from the Grayson officials working with DOJ for the resolution. So I guess that's what concludes my report. Again, I want to emphasize the gratitude to the committee. Over the years, I've worked with several different oversights. This has been a unique oversight that has really got their hands dirty with some of the ag issues. Some are long-standing. I hopefully that I'm not coming across in a way like delegating us to take over things, but your support, and like this coming week, the travel ranch tour in West or Arizona, we want to host, and sort of put the perspective. There's a lot of things that we have our hands tied, but we need leadership, like,
limited waiver sovereign immunity, or, just understanding that, ranching, and I was told by a buyer just recently, said if it wasn't for the Navajo people in ranching, we wouldn't exist. So he was talking about border towns and so forth, and how much ranching and how much some of the other contributors to states, like, in the, I guess would be the South Valley, where there's a lot of Hispanic ranching, but they're no longer doing it. He's saying the Navajo people have maintained that, so it kind of gave a real good perspective that we need to, that's the chosen way of life to continue. These funds are trying to protect that. So Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Question? Yeah, Mr. Watchman, it is a lot of information to take in, and I do appreciate your leadership in the Department of Agriculture. At this time, members of the committee, may I get a motion to accept the report from Department? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Simpson. Members of the committee, do we have any questions for the presenters here this afternoon? Honorable Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Is this resolution part of the report or is it separate? Is this part of the official report or not?
Well, yes, the part of the report is for supporting that, the highlight of the budgets that have no business unit. So that would be that 211,000 that has no business unit. And we work with DOJ, but we just asked for the local, I guess, the agency. I mean, we did ask for other agencies, but it just happened to be, available in, they brought the actual resolution.
So for me, this is an incomplete report. If this is the only resolution that is received, we would need it from all agencies. In addition to that, my question to DOJ would be regarding their official status of a grazing official is an elected position. So that question will come up because in the codes, there's already fees and stipends that are allocated. So that would be a question I think that DOJ would have to answer. In addition to that, I would like to see the number of tally counts that each grazing official completes. Prior to this report, we did hear that there was inequity, that some officials do not have a certain number of tallies compared to another official in a different agency. And so there was some concern presented regarding why some that don't have as many tallies would get the same incentive amount. So those are questions that I did hear, and I just wanted to share here as well. In regards to the report, I just want to say thank you for the Winter Ag Expo. I was able to attend the one that was hosted at Navajo Technical University in Crown Point. There was an overwhelming response from the community members, and even some members travel as far from Hard Rock all the way to Crown Point. During that time, there was also, just follow-ups that were being done for the AIF. And I want to thank Renelda and Kyron for being there and for helping those individuals. And I did get a response saying that they were really overjoyed to know that they were accepted into the program. And so I just want to commend your team for doing that and for being very open to the public and then also for the questions. In regards to the budget that you presented here, the AIF year 3 budgets, I just want to say it does probably need some revision as far as the recommendation, and I believe that a directive does need to be issued to Division of Natural Resources so that we can go ahead and move forward with the reallocation. In regards to the budget for year 3, and as you stated, there are no agents for 3 of those projects, so that would be probably something that RDC would have to work on so that those funding can be allocated. So, I would like to offer that directive to our Division of Natural Resources, director, if not a directive, maybe just a request, and see if he can meet with the RDC so that we can look at those numbers. And then in regards to the projects that you have listed here, I know that, we did talk about the leasing earlier, and with that report, we would appreciate it if you could work on that so that we can get that information, but that will become very critical. And then as far as your fair, the report that you have here, I'm really thankful for this information, and then also for the pictures here that depicted some of the highlights, and then what all goes into fair planning. I was not aware of the different sponsorships, but it is very apparent here. And I'm just hoping that this year, that transparency will carry over. I know that there has been discussion to move the fair from the Department of Ag. And so it would be very critical for RDC and the committee to listen to the plans from the division as to where that planning is going to begin. I know that recently they did have a promotion regarding the new organization that is coming in, and then also the association that will be taking over the 4th of July, and I believe that did change. So as of today, we have not heard anything except through this report. And so I'm very thankful because we have not heard from the division director or the OPVP regarding this change in regards to the fair. And I believe at one point, Shannon, Danny Simpson did say, is that really a critical need nowadays to have a fair? And those are questions that I think do need to be explored, and also just because of the exorbitant amount of funding that goes into a fair. But I know that the Department of Ag did host a big fair this year. But those are just some of the questions that I have. And then in regards to the services that you mentioned, there is a need for our veterinary facilities. I know here in Chinle, there is one, but it is becoming dilapidated. And then we also have some nonprofit organizations that are looking to maybe hosting a few days here in the community. So we will need your help, Mr. Watchman. I know we hear from Best Friends Society, and they are willing to come out, donate some of their services, but they lack the facility. So we do need some collaborative efforts to happen so that we can go ahead and get that done. And then also, I think that based on the needs that we're hearing, we do need to also work with the BIA, and I believe there is a representative here from BIA, and it would have been good to get a report from them as well, because we do hear concerns out there regarding the regulations and how they're unfunded mandates. But those are some of the things that BIA can work with our RDC as well as the council, because there is a need for like these incentives from the grazing officials. But at what point do these regulations make sense if they're unfunded? So those are some of the questions that we would need to ask. Also, I believe there needs to be a real push for the Range Improvement Act. And that goes back to what you said in your report. I think it is time for the Navajo Nation to take control of their lands. We've heard from permittees who are waiting for transfers. They're, in probate. So there's a lot that's entailed in this report. And I think that you captured it fairly well today. And I just applaud each and every one of you for doing your work I always mention that I get emails on a Saturday and, the staff say, sorry, Delegate Plow, we're emailing you on a Saturday. But that shows to me that there is dedication. And as you said, Mr. Watchman, that compassion and commitment, that holds true when your staff are working on the weekends. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn the microphone back over and I will allow you to make your response. Ken?
Mr. Watchman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, also, the committee. The first question you had regarding tally counts, sort of the other question was the number of resolutions. I apologize, we do have, it has been discussed, some of these, I guess the agencies, they need different times of the month, maybe on the same date, but when we requested this happens, should make this meeting and push this forward. We do have a consensus that they are asking all the time, where's the compensation? But yes, there is a fee scale that's published within the plan operation. It shows the meetings and the level which of compensation. But the council over the years have had appropriations outside of that. And it's basically the will of the council or RDC. It's within compensation round, so it meets the definition. So our argument to our DOJ is that over the years there's been some compensation outside of the fee scale, and those were granted and moved forward. The only change within that time is that the IRS, it's all compensation. It's not a reimbursement. So it's not how would you say, none of this, even it's inclusive. So all of the compensation includes meals, lodging, everything. And it's all taxable. So in a sense, that was the only worry, which when it was all audited, that what was taxable wasn't being taxed. And so that as we move forward, we feel that 1,500 is going to be taxed and the individual will compensate and also tax, so it should be the IRS guidelines. So again, I agree, can we emphasize that the council did appropriate special training dollars over the years, and the training comparable to chapters, and there was no question by DOJ, but we funded it, or we gave reimbursement. So I think it's changed over in personnel DOJ and interpretation. And I can go back on several things in here. There's been 3 or 4 changes in the past 4 or 5 years on legal interpretations and has provided some challenges. The other part that you mentioned, and some of it is more statements in reference to how I would answer, but I do appreciate the compliments made to staff. And I cannot be reporting up here without having a dedicated staff, what they're feeling, also how they interpret what their role is in helping the Navajo people and what their desires are. But again, this is a needs community, and then that's what the other challenges are. Is that I do plead that maybe a direction can be taken. I've been voicing from day one since I've been meeting with this committee is we need to take control over the permitting system. Or have an alternative, because it's already been 2 years on your tenure, almost 2 years, and it's been the same. I'm reporting the same thing. That we haven't done nothing because we don't have that authority. We don't have authority to make any kind of amendments or even temporary permitting. We don't even have that authority. So, and I guess people are losing out financially when it comes to like NRCS programs. They don't have qualified permits, or even the hardship goes on within the family. Somebody that passes away, they want to take on and put something in their name, those kind of things. The other question was asked in referencing the I guess what ag, what we're targeting. I guess we're needing help in reference to some of the projects and how they are placed, and I do appreciate it being recognized in terms of the non-agents and the money's put there. Your predecessor put some money aside, and I guess we're looking to, pass those through and make sure they, are spent the best way possible. There's indication that, hey, we need to maybe reconsider, but, it has not been on the ground, so we don't know yet. It hasn't been, we can report that we got the incentive payments, $1.4 million was put out since January or February, whenever we got available. So that showed a lot of progress. So I guess we just have some opportunity for these other funds to move forward, and then we report, the success, and also maybe, the help on making it more successful. That's our whole intent. So, I know I missed some questions there, but I kind of gave them more statements, but, maybe we'll have more time to, I think, some of the general questions, but when we realize that what happened in your age and what happened in your chapter areas, I think we want to center more on that. And I think there's reports that's given that shows what's really going on. It might show that, it may not be what you're hoping, or it might be, hey, that's good, but it can increase. So each one of the members in your particular elected areas, we want to personalize what's happening, so and we want to go down to names, what they receive, because a lot of times, you don't know what's happening in the community, and somebody might be, coming after you for the wrong reason, like you supported what they wanted, and they're not recognizing that. So, Madam Chair, I guess I can send the questions. Thank you.
Any other members of the committee, or do you have follow-up on the whole time?
I have a fault.
So I'm very thankful that you did bring up the farming and then also the livestock AI funds. One of the things that I was educated on is that we do have members that are part of the NPL, and they were applying, and all they were told is that they would need documentation. So again, that falls back on the BIA and BLM. And so a lot of these people were not afforded that opportunity because there's a lack of documentation. I know that it differs from agency to agency. Some agencies, they issue letters of trespass and some don't. So I think there needs to be consistency, and I believe that's where RDC can come in and advocate. And I think that this advocacy needs to happen at a congressional level, because for so many decades, it's been very stagnant. There's been no movement, and families have been waiting for years and years. A lot of them, they're still trying to get different things. That we have conservation groups. A lot of these groups can't even apply either because of that holdup. So I think we would need your input as well. And so that's only the other thing I would like to bring up at this time. It's not really a question, but just more of asking for, again, that collaboration where we can sit down with the division director and then also OPVP, and then we as the legislative branch. And I really want to commend my brother, Honorable Simpson here, because when certain issues happen in New Mexico, I see how quick he is to assert legislation. But I see on this side for Arizona, the opposite happening. No one wants to pull up their sword and shield and go to battle and put in legislation, ask for that for our members that are still waiting for these permits, that are waiting for their land and their units for their livestock. So I think that we can learn from that and just create better advocacy for our people. So that's all I wanted to add, and I'll turn it back over.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, your team for your presentation and providing all this information. we would like to, give thanks to, CKP, you know, give them a shout out to this. Because they're a big part of this, the reason why we're having, you know, all this funding and infrastructure. So I have a permit, grazing permit right here. So we didn't qualify because the grazing official told us that you don't have horses on there. And we just got done hearing that NPL residents, all they needed to bring is an arbitration form qualify. So my question is, and then it says sheep and other livestock permitted. So from my understanding, 5 sheep per 1 horse, right? So if I have 2 horses, that's 10, right? Cows, what?
Same.
4. Okay. So we should have been qualified for this incentive, right? Okay. No, I mean, I got it right here, you're more than welcome to take a look at it. So, but I'll be meeting with you on that in a second discussion.
Okay.
So, I'd like to give the floor back over to Madam Chair.
A question, I can't have Vice Chair for your question, also Honorable Claw. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters. And I think we had an extensive conversation on this as we go forward. The next steps is that we're going to have to meet with Department of Agriculture as a committee at an informal discussion in hopes that we address and rectify a lot of the issues that were brought forth here today. I know that there's still a magnitude of issues that still needs to be addressed in partnership with parallel discussion with BIA. Mr. Watchman.
Thank you. Just a little to add on to, our reporting. We do have we set aside a committee that's looking at NPL. There was a 6th item, which is airship. The airship is, earlier talking about qualifications, how do you get there? So there's an airship, application that we're going to be, looking at NPL eligibility and others for airship, and we established a meeting on that. Within natural resources, there's a number of representatives. In addition to that, is an IRA. Also, we've been meeting internally on with groups of impact with natural resources, and we want, items moving forward. An example would be the NIRA itself. The old legislation has items that we've already dealt with. So we want to break that out in lieu of what the legislative through our legislative council will be providing, hopefully the public hearing several years ago combined. And one of the things that the group has concluded is maybe breaking up some of the things. And a good example might be putting forward referendums for grazing fees, referendums for FTE. I know that it was controversial, but the more and more, and I didn't highlight earlier, is that when we went out and had somewhat of a public hearing, all of these workshops, it was overwhelming that change needed to happen. And it was pointed out, officials either compensate them to a level where they have more accountability, or maybe change the position. It's sort of the two of the street there. The other thing is people are willing to pay a grazing fee as long as they have control of the land, meaning that fenced in. So, and NPL, the discussion internally has been, there are 28 permits are issued, but we have only 8 in compliance. So 3 years ago, they were issued, but only 8 have continue on, and they're only good for 1 year. So the discussion is, what are we doing with the 8? Maybe we need to increase the incentive. We make it $10,000 or $15,000, and because they were required to have a conservation plan. And what are they doing? And albeit when these permits are issued, you have a financial obligation, but if you can't afford it, you're never going to be in compliance. So some of the thinking is going back to the 8. That question goes to BIA, what are you doing to 8? It's dropped from 20 to 8 now, and we want it to drop to 4. And pretty soon we have nobody in compliance that has a permit from NPL. So that's just an example. The committee, we want to, basically give the recommendations moving forward for MPL on the airship, applications. And also the, recommendations for NIRA moving forward, complementing what, the RDC, the legislative council is working on. I hope they've answered more of the questions on dialogue. And I guess at this point, I keep telling my staff that we gotta get something done. And I'm looking for leadership for that to happen, and it's gonna take some fortitude, and it's gonna take, it's not gonna be, I guess, the greatest thing, because the reason why it hasn't been completed is it's controversial. It was winners and losers, and so, I just wanted to quickly place that out, and I said that each time, but we're still here and it's still moving forward. It hasn't, there hasn't been a silence, and that's maybe the other leadership, there's been a silence, maybe not this time because it's election year, those kind of things. So it's a good opportunity, and us, with BIA in the relationship, I'm not discounting what their service is, a lot of now folks that work with BIA, but I feel there's a change, and we've been getting that from the general public. This is not, for 70+ years, and we have the same system, hasn't been changed. Is there another opportunity out there? They work more, diligent. I apologize for, I don't even ask that same question about a horse versus a sheep. And the funny thing about it is that we're the only place in the world that has sheep units. We should have an animal unit, so there'll be no questions, it's an animal unit. And the animal unit is based on forage, versus now we have to back calculate Eastern Navajo, Western Navajo on the sheep unit, and it gets confusing. So we'll get to the bottom of that. I appreciate the opportunity again, Madam Chair, also the time and the audience out here. I apologize for, I guess when the agriculture comes forward, we'll have to look at all day, because there's going to be questions that are, around the corner, over the hook, and even we haven't got the sheep corral. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman, and again, going forward to the recommendation that Honorable Claw had made to come back around to a roundtable discussion with DNR, Department of Ag, OPVP, Resources Development Committee, going forward and what amendments need to be made to certain title votes. I know there's a magnitude of issues and there's challenges right now. And with the current resources that is available to the Department of Agriculture, I just also would like to commend the team with the limited resources that have been given to the department, let alone at this board, because I know that oftentimes budget transfers were not being signed off on. And I've been reaching out to division director and folks that those budget transfers can be signed to continue your operations as well in your functional departments, Department of Ag. And again, we will be looking to you to schedule a meeting. Again, there is a lot of issues. We're going to be sitting here, yes, talking 1, 2, 3 days about just everything, and the raising officials, land board, and even farm board, those issues. So again, thank you for the report that was shared here with us at this legacy body. Again, it's problems, but this time I'd like to go ahead and request for Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, MEC. Just want to thank you for your presentation and also your staff here. Yes, sorry, thank you. Madam Chair, so we look at the last year. So I think it's good information. Thank you for yourself and your staff as well to doing communities, educating them on this diet. We should have one of the recommendation from the RC that happened. It's very successful. The response back. Appreciate that. So much. Going off with this yearly sentence budget, so signatures from the Vision National Resources Director. I know his sister here. So I'd like to know there's $49 million, and I'd like to request Madam Chair and RC to, I guess, to be the to watch himself, the MRC to, because there is a representation So we really have a unique here. So, since from ag individual measures the grants we see for community. So with that, I think because of our decision, we made eight right after our RDC. And we started talking about these 17 budgets that don't have signature. And some that have been reallocated or how do we move forward with this 9.2 million that's been the CPI. So with that, I want to, what we said, we said, watch it through before I can do that. Then we'll have a decision on this, we meet right after our RDC. Mention. I'm going to see that.
Pushing, again, Honorable Simpson for that recommendation. Meeting with, DNR management and also Department of Ag and Resources and Development Committee on the 17 projects that were pulled from the initial project listing from year 1 to year 3. On May 8th, after the regular Resources and Development Committee meeting, just to get understanding of what is reallocation of these projects, or are they going to be signed off? So we'll definitely go ahead and schedule that volume. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it, Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, audience, and Mr. Watchman. Thank you. I really enjoy working with your staff. So certainly appreciate all of you. And thanks to you guys came down to Natanzad, and that was great. CKB insurance was even there as well. And people were getting signed up for the incentive programs and all that. And I do appreciate that very much. Again, so, Madam Chair, I'd like to recognize someone here and who's here with us today. So, Alice, could you stand right here, please? Thank you. This young man here thought about the Navajo Nation about 8 years ago. He was into selling insurance, but he was going across the United States to ranchers and farmers, and USDA was giving money to them through their insurance. And he thought, what about the Indian nations, Indian tribes? So he thought about the Indian tribes, okay? On the 23rd Council, he introduced this insurance. Today, Navajo Nation's able to pretty much receive about 100 million, right?
Yes.
Without this young man, the Navajo Nation would have had $100 million. You know, he introduced this idea. This little white boy standing right here. He's now going to get a census number so he can use part of the Navajo Nation. He's from Austin, Texas, okay? Now, can you imagine someone there saying, you know, what about the Navajo Nation? This guy's got a heart for our people. And because of it, the 23rd Council put up some money through citizen. And then they came up with, you guys hired CKB Insurance, right, Leo?
Yes.
And today, look at all this money that Navajo Nation is getting, all because of this young man here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, there you go, I just did a song. And he even bought some donuts and coffee. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Nance, for that, and thank you, Alex, as you've been providing refreshments for Resources and Development Committee. We really do appreciate that sentiment that you've been giving to RDC and being the father of bringing agriculture infrastructure onto the Navajo Nation. So with that, if no other questions, I'd like to go ahead and take a roll call vote. Going once, twice.
Madam Chairman, already this is roll call for receiving report item 8. Honorable Sean Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Sisseton Screen, Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse me, Madam Chair, the four in favors are opposed, and I'm not voting.
Commissioner, thank you for that. So motion carries for accepting the report from the Department of Ag. And again, thank you, Mr. Watchman, to your team, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Gay, for your endless hours of work. And I know that you've been working weekends just to get these payments out, so I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we look forward to more dialogue in regards to agriculture. Thank you so much, and have a safe trip back to your home. Next, going on to letter B. Letter B of receiving reports is report for Natural Resource and Conservation Service, NRCS, and their PL 566 program, and working with the Navajo Nation to identify potential projects of the NRCS could fund and pursue together. Presenters, we have Norman Evenstead, or how do you say that? Okay. Water Resources Specialist, and Tara Hoffman, State Watershed Cultural Resource Specialist, Tribal Liaison, Natural Resources and Conservation Service. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you for a 20 minutes report, starting at 2:04.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So my name is Mark Evanstead. I'm with the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service out of Salt Lake City, Utah. And I was with the NRCS for 36 and a half years, so I retired back in July. And came back to help staff with this program, training, other efforts like what we're hoping to propose here from the nation. And we're working with our watershed program. So I have two handouts. One is with kind of a few slides that we're just going to present here today fairly quickly, and hopefully meet some discussions. And then the other handout is kind of a fact sheet for the overall watershed program. Gets in a little bit more detail as to what the program can do, what it offers, and the opportunities that it offers to communities, counties, cities, and tribal entities. So the purpose really of this program is to provide assistance to various groups around the country, including tribal entities. So we work a lot with cities, counties, farmers, and the ranchers around the country, and most of our work is focused in Utah, of course, but now we are working with the Arizona and NRCS to kind of hopefully focus on the San Juan Basin to see if there's opportunities within the San Juan Basin for a watershed, a more holistic approach to the watershed plan. And so the second slide here, just kind of some of the overview and the history of the program. It started back in the 1950s. The agency developed this program to help mostly with flood prevention around the country, helping with that cropland and residents, especially in the Midwest and the Southeast, and then that of course spread around the country. And so as far as we've got over 2,000 watersheds right now that are active around the country. And with the program, we built almost 12,000 dams, mostly for flood prevention, but a lot of it is for storage, for irrigation water, and for other types of storage and recreation. So that's all across the country. And as far as the benefits, so the program is set up to provide flood prevention. We work with farmers and ranchers, of course, for irrigation, ranch land planning, any of those types of issues, and helping to utilize their rangeland and grazing land, with stock water, pipelines, that sort of thing. And then another big benefit is providing the irrigation pipelines around, especially now in the West. That is a huge priority in the West, and that is probably the bulk of our projects that we're working on is providing and that assistance to design pipelines that get water all across the landscape. And you can kind of see some of the other benefits, the purposes that we worked with there that I won't go into detail, but it gives you an idea of what
the opportunities can be with this program, and it's very robust, it's very flexible. As far as working with various groups, various entities, working with federal agencies, state agencies, tribal governments, all of that, that's really what it was designed to work with, is to bring, a large group of interested stakeholders together under one roof and solve problems. That's really what it was designed to do, and to bring everybody together under one umbrella. And you can kind of see some of the costs there. Everybody wants to talk about money, when it comes to these programs and what they can provide. And it's a pretty good deal for the entities across the country, especially with flood prevention. We pay for everything. So it's 100% all of the planning, design, and the construction side of that. And the other purposes there, mainly, we work a lot with the ag water management parts. That's all the irrigation pipeline opportunities. We pay 100% of all the planning, design, for that kind of work. And then, with tribal entities, we pay 90% of the construction. For that work, for installing the pipeline and getting, all of the other, associated practices installed. And you can kind of see some of the other cost share, and really, for this trip, we really wanted to focus on one simple aspect of what we were trying to look at, and that is our first step in getting people in the door and getting a project that we can look at and really see if there's a feasible project, and we call it a PIPR. It's kind of a mouthful, preliminary investigation feasibility report, and that is our first step. So that's really all we want to try and see if we can accomplish, is to identify an area, a couple areas, a few areas that we could develop this preliminary report to see what are the resource concerns, what's the extent, what is the leadership like for that area, can they accomplish this project, can they install this pipeline, are they ready to go? And so that's the idea of the PIPR. This report, it identifies that, gets everybody together and gets an understanding so that are we ready to go with this project? So that's what that report will do. And so there'll be various meetings. There'll be a little amount of design work to identify. So if it is for a pipeline, where would that alignment go? What would the size be needed? What kind of pipeline is it? Is it for stock water pipeline? Is it for irrigation, cropland, things like that? We can work with communities for secondary water and some culinary water delivery to distribute that water across the landscape. And we can provide storage for that. So if it's a dam that's needed to collect that water or to store it until it's needed, that's another big part of the program. So with that, I'll also leave it there. That's really kind of our main message, is to really look at this preliminary report and identify, that's sort of our effort. What we really want to get to is to have the support of the committee to move forward with that, and the identification and the priorities of where would you, if you had to pick out some areas, where would that be? And then that could also be something that we can help and provide assistance with. And Dan will probably talk about that, but we're working in collaboration with Dan and his group and the state, also in Utah, to kind of leverage the resources to really identify where's the best place to work, and where are the opportunities. Tara, do you have anything? So I will leave it there, short and sweet. And the last slide there just gives just an idea of what we are doing in Utah. We've been very successful up there. We have 40 projects, active projects that are underway right now in various stages of planning, design, and construction. So we have 3 or 4 that are under construction right now for, I think we have over $30 million that are obligated to those types of projects. And all of these projects that you see on the map right there, the total construction is close to $700 million. right now. If we were to get money for all those projects that are identified, we need $7 million dollars. It's all. And most of it is for irrigating water improvements, utilizing that water, efficiently, and getting the conservation on the ground. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions.
Okay, well, I appreciate your presentation, and thank you for being patient with us as we have to address a lot of other issues on the agenda before getting to you all's report. So the same members of the committee may I get a motion. Right, Vice Chair Johnson and second by Chair Ness. Do we have any questions for the presenters here, members of the committee? Honorable Clock?
Thank you for the report and thank you for this, really valuable information. I just want to ask a question regarding the funding opportunity for nonprofit organizations. And then also regarding individuals that want to apply on their own, almost like a sole proprietor. And I think those questions are important. As we know, the Navajo Nation, we do have a water resource department, but they are understaffed. We hear about windmill repairs that go unnoticed for several months. We do have community members that have organized themselves. Here within this community, we are plagued with flood. So last year, we actually made the news here in Chinle, and they were talking about, conservation efforts as far as watershed. We know that through, the canyon, the different changes that have occurred, like, invasive species coming in, which has hindered some of that water to just be absorbed back into the land. So now it's almost as if communities and people, they have to reintroduce their native species. And then also we have, when you heard earlier from the Department of Ag, they have livestock. And we need to really think about watershed management. In addition to that, there are several programs within the Navajo Nation, but my question is this opportunity available for individuals and nonprofits? And I think that at this point now, with all of the ARPA projects happening, there's really a need for more push from the community. And I know with our chapter here in Chinle, they did implement the farming committee, which would help the farmers. But I think that consultation does need to happen. With people that have farmlands, they should have a voice as to being a part of the committee. And I also know that, we have heard that from individuals. One of the concerns that we hear is that if we introduce projects that are not natural, like if you put a berm here, then how are families along the way going to be able to do their farming? So all of those questions come into play, and as Navajo Nation Council delegates, so there's some of the hard-hitting, things that we have to deal with daily. But I just wanted to ask that question, because I did see drainage and flood in here in your plan. And then also, the funding mechanism. Would that be preferable to go through the Navajo Nation? Or, is it based on monitoring and evaluation? So those are just some of the things I'm thinking about as you did your presentation here. Thank you.
Yeah, those are wonderful questions, and we deal with those types of questions all the time. And as far as the NGO question, we work a lot with irrigation companies, at least up in Utah, and so they're pretty much considered nonprofit. They're providing water. They do collect dues. That's mainly to maintain their canal or pipeline. So we work mostly with them. But as far as other nonprofit, other groups, we don't get a whole lot of that in Utah at least. And then as far as the funding mechanism, we typically, we have to have a sponsor that we funnel the money to. So that handles the payments and handles the administration part of that and the invoicing and that sort of thing. So yeah, it'd be up to the nation if they wanted to, they had an entity that could handle those funds. So if the money was granted, and went to the nation, then we work up a cooperative agreement to work those funds and administer those funds as work is done. And then the nation can hire their contractors too. So if we end up going into a watershed planning effort, then if that plan is funded, then we can work with the nation to fund that money. So then the nation could actually select the contractor to do the planning work, the EA or EIS, whatever it may be. Or we could also do that too, and we'll do that. So it's very flexible to be up to whatever the nation would want there and what would suit you best.
Great, thank you for your response. Do you have a follow-up? Or do you have Sherry?
Just a business part of the town.
Yeah, and then I think, you know, with the whole watershed approach, right, where you're talking water runoff, flood runoff, and then how that affects the rest of the, whether it's ranchers, farmers within that watershed, that's to me is the beauty of working at a watershed scale, is that you can bring all of those entities together to help solve those problems. And so that you aren't putting, if you're putting in a berm, like you mentioned, the berm water away from someplace. Now, water, yeah, you're exactly right. It's going somewhere else. So what is that impact? Where that water is being sent? And so that is all a part of the planning process, the designs and the engineering that would go into where is the best place for that water to be funneled so that it gets back into the natural drainage, so that it protects the community. And or if you need a dam, you need a debris basin, we do a lot of debris basins that help catch that runoff of those monsoon flows, and then releases it slowly over time after the storm is.
Fairness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Certainly appreciate the presentation. It's good to see NRCS, USDA come before the committee and offer your assistance that are available to Indian tribes. Although I mentioned this young man standing there. And if you never showed up to the Navajo Nation and saw the big vast land of 27,000 square miles, I'm sure we would not have 100 million coming from USDA. So if there's funding available on your sheet here, to the south here, there's Venado, and then there's a community over here. Okay, there's a watershed. When it rains, water comes from there, it rushes through Chinle here. Water comes from Canyon de Chelly and meets here, and it goes down to the north to the lake here at Many Farms Lake to Roland's area. Some of that water keeps going down towards Round Rock to Rock Point, and then Benahoza and back into San Juan River. Okay. When it rains also, Shanto, it comes from Shanto through Kayenta to Benahoza, where they come meet together with this one here. And it goes back into San Juan River and goes down to Lake Mead, Lake Powell. We had a discussion a couple of years ago as to how we can start planning, the Navajo Nation can start planning. If it takes 30 years, let's start now. Let's plant a seed of discussing, having this dialogue to either create a dam right there, create a reservoir. I see the back of your sheet there. under a municipal and industrial water supplies to the water structure. Perhaps this is where we need to start, Chair. If we can get started now and continue to be persistent in meeting, we're gonna plant a seed today and see how long it takes to create a reservoir over here for the usage of our people. We need water. When the rain comes down, it's a blessing, but it just goes on off to Lake Powell. How can we sequester that so our people can use and have a lot of use out of it? So that's what I wanted to bring up, and I was reading there under conservation. I see there's assistance due to erosion for improved utilization of the land and water resources, which we intend, hopefully we could do. And I'm glad that you're here, and Madam Chair, I believe this is the beginning stages of what can happen in the future. Maybe we'll create, maybe we'll have a dam sometimes 10 to 20 years or 30 years, but if we get started now, we can get started. And these financial assistance is for the states, local governments, and tribes, meaning Indian nations, which is us, and that's why they're here, to let us know that there's financial assistance available for these projects, and it deals with agriculture as well as for producers. Conservation measures, the CAGI. It talks about flood control dams or levees. At the bottom there, I'm very interested in the bottom here. I come from San Juan River over there, and we've had farmlands from Upper Furlan and Anza, San Juan, Hogbach, Shiprock, Gutty-Eye, the Plateau down to Anna. And this would really relate to my farmers over here. Measures can also involve the conversion of open channel irrigation canals to pressurized pipelines. This would really improve a lot of farmlands and even better management of how water can be used for each of those farms. Maybe then, we have quite a few idle farms that we need to address, Madam Chair. And I think this is something that we need along the river over there. So I'm glad that you're all here today. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Do you want to go ahead and make a response? Do you want to go ahead and make a response here to Chair Ness?
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and exactly, I couldn't have said it any better. I'm glad you said it. That's exactly why we're here. I mean, we really are. And it's why I came back from retirement, actually, after half a year. To me, this means a lot. So I guess the question that Dan mentioned, like, what would you like next from us? What would you like from us? Because I mean, when we talk back and we talk to our different, we go out and talk, do the same thing and talk about the opportunities. It's not our project. None of these are our projects. We really have nothing to do with it. It's you, it's the people that we work with, it's their project. We're just helping to make things happen and get through some of the red tape that we've heard today, so that's what we're good at. So that's our questions, like, what would you like next from us?
I would like to see if you guys can challenge this young man at $100 million. That's fair. That's a challenge. Thank you.
Again, I do appreciate the information here. And couple of, weeks ago, we had Fish and Wildlife Department with an application, sharing some aerial maps with us in regards to the catchment ponds from 1984 to now, 2023. Well, that was last year's presentation. was made, and there's a big difference. There's like little to nothing today. So again, that is one of the areas that I know that we have been talking about as Resources Development Committee to try to look at alternative strategies to get watershed restoration going in these communities where there is a like rainfall and water just runs down and gets a tributary into the lower Colorado River to Main Street. So how do we have less water go into the upper, lower? And that's where we really need to strategize. Just as Honorable Claude had mentioned, my colleague, we really do need Department of Water Resources / Water Management Branch to be alongside us with these discussions. And also possibly even Department of Agriculture, just as Jim had mentioned, my colleague, we do have some farm boards across the navigation on the western side. And actually in this area that we're sitting, south of here, Ganado, and then we have up on the San Juan River with the Northern Agency, Mexico side. So again, there is still some farming activity happening, but we want to be able to capture, how can we work with these farm boards and folks that we maximize, the usage of those farm plots that are out there that that nation had issues. So again, in form of the next steps, I would have to recommend that we really need to rely on water resources, because I'm sure they have inventory of what needs to be done in terms of earthen dams or water restoration sheds, or maybe ponding that once used to exist now don't exist no more, or even just like Chair Nez had said, reservoirs. Is that a possibility going forward? Where would be the best area? And we don't have too many here on the Navajo Nation. And as a matter of fact, we probably have a lake here just in Ganado area where there is a dam. And Article Bench Shades always tells us to leave that dam alone, just so.
Leave my water.
Leave my water alone is what he says to President Nygren. So yeah, we want to be able to capture that back, and it could also be a form of recreation for our people. So there's a lot of other areas that can be tied to this. So and so once we're able to get your information, we definitely can schedule a meeting and reach out to Water Resources, Water Management Branch, and Department of Ag, and hopes that we start one of meeting dialogues here, possibly here in the next couple of weeks. So I just want to again thank you for the information. And since these funds are available to Indian country, we need to take advantage of this. And again, this is one area that we want to address. So with that, let me go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Claude.
Okay, one last one. As a chair, Jesus was talking, I came up with a question, and I think it's important because it sounds like NRCS has been working with the nation. So if we can get the listing of the current projects and the funding amount that has been awarded to the Navajo Nation, that will give us an idea of what projects are already in progress, and maybe new projects that can aid to those current ones, or even, just giving us the map to see, like, overall, the whole Navajo Nation, what areas have applied for the funding. So if I could get that to the RDC committee too, not right now, or at a later time.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and yield the floor back over to you.
So as far as the two states, actually it's 4 states, we can work with Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. And that's how I really started looking at the San Juan Basin to see. And then we started looking up and pull up a map, the GIS, all the watersheds in the San Juan Basin. It's pretty overwhelming. And try to pick out, okay, we obviously can't do that. It's going to be up to the nation to decide where the priorities are with watershed we'd like to have work done. And so as far as NRCS Utah, we prefer to NRCS Arizona. by policy. And so they have agreed to have us, Utah, with our experience working with the program. They have said, yeah, go ahead, but keep us in the loop as far as what you're doing with Arizona, New Mexico, and working with the Navajo tribe and the nation as far as the watershed program. So, so they're utilizing us as much as they can and wherever they can. And they have had some projects in the past, so I don't know a whole lot about the details of the projects in Arizona. I don't know if there's anything in Mexico, within the San Juan Basin, but, that's really kind of how we're working and coordinating with all the states really with this program, because we can work with big areas, big watersheds and basins to accomplish and work on solutions. So that's where we kind of have to coordinate with everybody essentially.
All right, well, I appreciate that. So what we need to do is this 20-minute, 20 minutes report really doesn't do any of us any good. And we'd like to get a more general overview of what you had mentioned in regards to showing some maps of watershed locations. And that would have to be collectively with RDC, Water Resources and Water Management Branch, and do some comparison as to what projects they might have. And just as Honorable Claude had mentioned, what projects have been submitted to NRCS to this point that are located here on Navajo. And from there, we could hopefully, strategize on what's going to be priority and have everyone just have a consensus. I think that would be great. So I appreciate that. Okay, so if no more questions, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Seuss. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. And looking forward to working with you and looking forward to more in-depth conversation. And we really would like to get into a discussion where how to start this program and get it going. And a few years ago, I went on a fly fishing trip up in Denison, Colorado, and came back through the back way back to Arizona. And I saw a lot of dams and I saw a lot of reservoirs and pull off and who funded these, and there's a sign that says USDA, all along the way. And come from the Western Navajo by Lake Powell, and the water kept going down, down, down. And people used to say, oh, drought and this and that. I said, yeah, maybe it's a drought. I said, but I took a trip from Colorado, and I said, I've seen a lot of these reservoirs that were built up. It's filled up with water for recreation, fishing, water management, and everything like that. So I would like to start working on doing that here, just like Chairman on this, and all this water is just going into the San Juan River and going down, and we need to start looking into a reservoir structure. And I see that wildlife habitat, just like Chair Seuss said, that on top of the Chuskas, that a lot of the water attachment and everything like that is it needs to be revitalized. It needs to be, that's we got a lot of wildlife around here, also recreation resources, as well as agriculture, irrigation. There's a main irrigation that goes from shooting all the way down. Actually, this is one of a long time ago, from my understanding, that this used to be all green going down this way. So I hope we can do some restoration there. As well on the western side too, we have a lot of, I'm right by the Little Colorado River. There's a lot of potential there, for the watershed program. So just wanted to say that
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. I don't know if you want to make a response in closing to the presenters, no? Okay, well, we look forward to our future collaboration and partnership. And again, Mr. Tahi and I will go ahead and discuss where the meeting location and collaboration with you all, so that hopefully we can get another meeting going. So right now, just for your information, we're really tasked, being in the legislative capacity, just with numerous meetings. And we try to not schedule as many meetings for the month of May because that's devoted to graduation month. And we like to commend, our graduates across now the nation. And even family members that might be graduating, so eventually it might be bumped into June. But if we can do anything in May, we definitely will. I appreciate your report. Thank you. So with that, Rodney, can we take a roll call vote?
Madam Chairman, the board is for receiving a report item B. Honorable Sana Inclán, how do you vote? Honorable Sana Inclán votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Keith Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Sisa, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Sisa votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse Madam Chair, the four favors are opposed, Madam Chair, not voting.
Rashid, thank you so much, and thank you for being with us here today, and I really do appreciate that. So going on to item C on, let me go ahead and yield the floor over to Article Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to take some time to recognize one of our elected leaders, and if I can have him come up, Hiroshi Dr. Paul Guy Jr., he's our board member for Chilean Unified School District. And also, we do have a board meeting this evening, but I'll give him some time to introduce himself.
Thank you, Shimon. On the RDC committee, chair, vice chair, and the committee members, Shimon, honorable Paul. On the education of Senigi, Dr. Paul Beck Jr. is my name, but I let Paul Beck Jr. better. But other than that, I am the Chilean Unified School District Board President for the past 14 years now. And hopefully I continue to be the board member next election year. On the same time, on top of that, I am also officially a candidate to be running for the Apache County Supervisor under District 1. And I'll be representing 15 chapters now that the Greenfield is in the same chapter under the Chilean District 1 office. So I would just like to have your support and get out and tell the family members on July 30th for the primary election. And then we'll start planning from there what our plans are going to be for the District 1 North Apache County. A potato in the Apache County Supervisor, District 1, AJ, and Yeshua. Go ahead, Chicago Jib for the signatures. That's our deal. It is now official, and I will be candidate. Although it's 15 chapters, if I do succeed. And now, Wheatfield's chapter is under District 1 office now. Go ahead. Thank you again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, of the committee, Thank you very much.
And it's great to meet you, and good luck with your venture there. I'd like to go on to item letter C on receiving reports. Report on the Utah Watershed Council Act and the Navajo Nation's participation on the two local watershed councils in Southeast Utah. We do have presenters Dan Adams, Senior Executive, and Mr. Jack Heinzman, Southeast Colorado River Area Planning Specialist with the Utah Division of Water Resources. Hopefully I pronounced your last name right. Okay, and I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you for 20 minutes for a report.
Okay, thank you. It's good to be here with you. Last time I was with you, I was here with the Manhattan South National Forest. We did a consultation in Monument Valley about a year ago.
Yes.
And at that time, I shared a little bit about in Utah, in 2020, in their legislative session, they passed what they call the Utah Watershed Council Act. And what that act was trying to do was to improve communication coordination around throughout the state of Utah. So that act had the formation of 11 local watershed councils and then a statewide watershed council. And the purpose of those councils was, it's not make a decision making or a policy making body, it really was just to improve communication, coordination, sharing resources, and things just like Norm was just talking about communicating about different projects and ways to get things done. So we have each one of those councils can have between 9 and 21 seats on them. So they really are trying to make sure there's a diverse mix of industry and agriculture and those things that are important to those different watersheds. And the involvement of tribes in each one of those councils is very important. And so we have the 9 of the 11 councils are up and running. The 2 that are remaining are the West Colorado River and the Southeast Colorado River. And so that the Southeast Colorado River, that watershed council, all the chapters of the Navajo Nation that are in Utah are all in that watershed. And so what I want to visit with you about today is just let you know those councils are up and going, the statewide councils up and going. But I think it'd be really great if we could get if the Navajo Nation was able to be a part of that Southeast Council. I'm assuming because the Western Council is so close, that might also be a good council for the Navajo Nation to be a part of. I'll make one other quick point too, is that those councils, they all have a seat on that statewide council, and the part of the idea is to roll up the collective needs and concerns from each of those 11 to the statewide, the legislature, the governor. And so making sure the tribes all have a voice in that process. It's really important. The Utah Division of Indian Affairs is also part of that statewide council. But and Jack is he's the area plan specialist for the state for this southeast part of Utah. If you want to say
I work with the division of water resources for Utah. I'm the GIS and information science, so geographical information science. And really my role is a river area plan specialist, which is the liaison to you all interested parties to have a voice that gets to our higher government officials. So this watershed council is a great addition to that meeting. And I'm just going to be another key person that can achieve similar things.
So there you go. That's our very brief presentation. And to see what you would like to do about next steps. I have not visited with when we Valley did visit a little bit with the Navajo Utah Commission, but we weren't to that point of actually forming the councils yet. So we figured we'd start here and see where you want us to go.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your presentation, gentlemen. Members of the committee, may I get a motion to accept the report? Motion by Honorable Simpson. May I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. So members of the committee, with the information that is shared here today, do we have any questions for the presenters? In regards to the next steps, I think we really have to be careful, because if we're going to be serving on committees, we probably have to go through our legal counsel to see how that has to be structured. So I do have that noted here. And you did, just for clarification, it's watershed council, right? Okay. And that would be, is it just one representative from Navajo Nation?
That would probably be, yeah. The other tribes all are having one representative.
One representative, okay. So what we'll do, Dan, is, we'll go ahead and, bring this, to our legal counsel's attention and see how we move forward from here. And I think, you know, just to be respectful, we would like to allow our Utah, delegation, one of the Utah delegation to be the representative there, since they know the topography, the geology, there are people out in that direction. So, but we'll definitely, be reaching back out to you as how we're gonna go ahead and proceed with this. And I'm assuming that Rodney has your contact information, and we'll definitely, be reaching back out and hopefully giving you a response on which direction we're gonna go ahead and take on that, okay? All right, so any other questions? Hold on, not looking at okay, so with that, I appreciate your presentation again. Thank you for being being here with us today and listening to all the different dynamics of discussion here. So again, thank you, gentlemen. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and have a roll call vote.
Madam Chairman, already through the roll call vote for item 16, Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Caitlin Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson will screen.
Honorable Caitlin Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse me, Madam Chair, that's one favor, zero opposed. Madam Chair, not voting.
So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and allow, our honorable colleague, the 25th Navajo Nation Council Chair, James, to come up here and introduce himself. Show them. Then I'll go ahead and let them know that's legislation. Okay.
Again, Idaho Resource Development Committee, those are the those anything on a part of the especially for the generation in so it's a very cool. The exchange and share those from which you can chance and actually honey that's your shade or that's shine. Although in the achievement of the year, the start from the shop. Although of education in the service community. I just did a line for set up for the Nation Council. So good afternoon, and it's always an honor and pleasure to be here at Shinway, the former educator here at Shinway High School and the whole Shinway Kindergarten Center down the road. So it's always a pleasure to be here in Shinway.
So members of the committee, we do have, we're gonna make the seal of floor with honorable citizen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair. I have a motion to make the agenda. And I do this, propose this station. The 00675-4 and item 5. Also propose this station 0076. And do have a response to the station.
Okay, so Honorable Simpson, we need, you did make a motion to add, but we need to do a suspension for rules. That are you motioning to go ahead and send the floor rules to add legislation 007524 and 0076-24?
That's the route to take.
Okay, so we do have a motion. I need a second. I need a second to suspend the floor rules on members of Chair Ness. Okay, so now take it to roll call vote.
Madam Chairman, I see this roll call vote for suspending the rules and amending it and then adding legislation 0075-24 and 0076-24 to the agenda. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Caitlin Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Mendoza Beltran, Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nance Beltran, Honorable Danny Sisa, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Sisa Beltran, Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Thank you, Madam Chair, four in favor, zero opposed, Madam Chair, I vote.
Did you? No. Bushy, yeah, thank you. So with that, we have agenda or legislation 0075-24 and legislation 0076-24 that have been added to the agenda. We do have a sponsor, Honorable Chair James. So if you could, if you can take a seat up here, our honorable citizen.
Madam Chair, I definitely need Mr. Tahi's guidance on this. I know this is going before, this is, will go before the council. Tahi, should I amend the toll rules to make, put this on the seat? So I'd like to.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, there was a motion to suspend the full rules and add the two items to the agenda. The approved agenda. You can suspend the full rules and create a consent agenda, and we can do that.
Okay, Honorable Simpson.
Go on the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, Mr. I said, to make a motion to. 0075-24, 0076-24, same video. And that will be my motion, I'm not sure if consider the. Yes, that's right. Madam Chair, we're finished the agenda was soon.
Yeah.
So it'll be on that same.
Question, so, members of the committee, we do have a motion by Honorable Simpson to, suspend the floor rules to do a consent agenda on legislation 0075-24, 0076-24. We do have a second by Vice Chair Johnson. And will be added as the new item, what, 7D?
Under new business. C.
As new business C. So with that, we do have a motion and second, and if no questions, I'll go ahead and take it to roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for suspending the full rule, including the consent agenda for new business. Item 5C for legislation 0075-24 and 0076-24. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes red. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Sisa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Sisa votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse Madam Chair, that three in favor, one opposed, Madam Chair, not voting.
So that is a consent agenda item. So we go to, okay, so at this time, Mr. Tahi, if we can read both legislations into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have some issue for tracking number 0075-24 dated April 3rd, 2024. An act relating to Budget and Finance Committee, the Resource Development Committee, and the Nominating Committee, and Nomination Council approving $17,628 from the Citizen Fund to the NTUA for the construction of a gas service line extension for Gladys Jones, resident in Granada, Arizona, approving the related expenditure plan. The purpose of this legislation is to approve $17,628 to DCD/NTUA for the Citizen Fund for construction of a gas service line extension for Gladys Jones, residents in Granada, Arizona. Nomination Council has final authority over this legislation. As we read into the record in its entirety, the primary sponsor of the legislation is Delegate Vince R. James. For tracking number 0075-24, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, the Resource Development Committee, the Nominating Committee, and the Nomination Council approving $17,628 from the Citizen Fund for the NTUA for the construction of a gas service line extension for Gladys Jones, residents in Granada, Arizona, approving the related expenditure plan. And section one outlines the authority, and section two defines with references in exhibit one, exhibit two, and exhibit three. And section three is approving 17,628 in the Assistance Fund to NQA for the construction of a gas service line extension for Gladys Jones resident of Granada, Arizona, and approving the related expenditure plan to references exhibits one and two. Then you have section four, which is the effective date, and section five, savings fund, attached to exhibit one, which is the expenditure plan for Gladys Jones from NQA dated July 13th, 2023, in the amount of 17,627.94. And you have the exhibit two, which is the Gladys Jones new gas service line extension from NQA. And you have exhibit three, which is a chapter resolution, Granada, Arizona, chapter resolution number GA-414-2023. Then you have the first report, the legislative and internet public review summary for legislation number 0075-24. This legislation was posted on April 4th, 2024 at 9:49 PM in the budget comment period ended April 9th, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments supporting this legislation, no recommendations on this legislation. Then you have for Budget and Finance Committee on legislation number 0075-24. The committee recommends that you pass without amendments for April 10th, 2024. You have 3 in favor of this legislation. Then you have legislation number 0076-24, dated April 3rd, 2024. The action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, the Research and Development Committee, the Nominating Committee, the Nomination Council approving $1,380,000 of the Assistance Fund to the NQA for the construction of approximately 2 miles water line extension for 16 families in the chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. The purpose of this legislation is to approve $1,386,000 to DCD/NQA for the construction of 2 miles of a water line extension for 16 families in the Kitachi chapter. Nomination Council has final authority over this legislation. It will be running the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Vince R. James for tracker number 0076-24. An action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, the Resource Development Committee, the Nominating Committee, and the Nomination Council approving $1,386,000 from the Assistance Fund to the NQA for the construction of approximately 2 miles water line extension for 16 families in the Kitachi chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. In section 1 outlines the authority. In section 2, the findings, which references in exhibit 1 and in exhibit 2. And section 3 is approving the $1,386,000 for the Assistance Fund for the construction of approximately 2 miles of the water extension for 16 families in the Kitachi chapter, and approving the related expenditure plan, which references in exhibit 2. And attaches the exhibit, in section 4 is the directive, and section 5 is the effective date, and section 6 the savings clause. Attaches the exhibit 1, which is the resolution of the Kitachi chapter, resolution number KBLB 08066-2023. Then you have it attaches to exhibit 2, which is a project description from the Kitachi chapter. Then you have the first report. You have the first report for Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0076-24. Sponsors Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation was posted on April 4th, 2024 at 9:53 PM. The budget comment period is on April 9th, 2024. Yet 6 comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. The 6 comments supporting this legislation is from the Kitachi chapter, Ben Curley, Patrick Martinez, Key Brigade, Wallace family, and Cheryl Wood. Then you have the committee report and vote tallies from Budget and Finance Committee dated April 10th, 2024. The committee reports a due pass without amendments, and the vote was 3 in favor of this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0075-24 and 0076-24 running to the record.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chalky. So at this time, I'd like to get a motion, Vice Chair Johnson. And may I get a second? Honorable Simpson. So at this time, you just go straight to vote, okay, so Mr. Tahi, roll call vote,
Madam Chairman, as Marty, this is roll call vote on the consent agenda for items 0076-24 and 0075-24. Honorable Shannon Club, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Shannon Club votes red. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Bill get recognized, vote screen.
Honorable Ricky Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? And excuse Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 1 opposed, Madam Chair, that voted.
okay, so with that, legislations do pass from our committee to the next stop is Navigatia Committee. So again, thank you, and there is a timeline now that spring session is going to be next week. So, we do appreciate, Mr. Honorable Chair James coming here before the committee. So going on to the next item on the agenda is number 8, close the meeting. Do we have any final announcements, members of RDC or legislative? Adenia. So with that, adjournment, may I get a motion to adjourn? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Second, Article Simpson. No questions at this time. Okay, Rodney, can we take roll call vote to adjourn?
Madam Chairman, as Marty, see this roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shannon Club, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Club votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Bill get recognized, vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse. Madam Chair, that is 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Chair, not voting.
So, we do adjourn at 3:04 p.m. Ado hiyahan and the national information things are all ado who so dice no sign hiyahan no dice no sign region ado she ya cannot be that she not the more next week she will be the ya Navajo Nation Council spring session. We will be reconvening the week after that, which is I believe the week of April 22nd on Wednesday. Thank you to Chinle Chapter Administration, elected officials for the hospitality today, and also the awesome lunch that was provided to them, to the young individuals that have also helped, and also for the Delegate Claw for hosting RDC here today and having